maps that could have been an option for this. To see how they have to handle it. So the odds are, in fact, also favoring towards Wisla Krakow as well. Just these stand-ins for Fnatic making it very skeptical and someone hard to be able to be confident in how Fnatic are going to perform. I mean, one thing to note is recently, for example, FaZe Kerrigan being able to win ESL Katowice and be able to get that trophy, having just hot swapping between JKS, Rops, and oh boy, Rain. There we go. And just having to swap between all three of those players throughout the event and still come together and confidently 3-0 G2 in the grand final. So there is possibility to have success even with stand-ins, and I'm not sure how. It's been at least a day or two that they've been prepared with this lineup likely for this matchup, but how much time has that given them to be able to prepare for it, and just adds a lot of question marks, makes this hard to predict. We have to hope they lean towards being able to activate Poison, and they just have a lot of support trying to enable him with that AWP to cause impact on the CT side. Able to get picks with that AWP. So that's certainly going to be one of the more important things, while being able to coordinate these heavy map control plays on this T side. Inferno can be one of the most demanding maps strategically, which just makes it even scarier that they're in this situation. Just having to properly coordinate and read everything as a team, and just have these proper execution strategies and just proper feel about how to play around the map. Just going to be asking a lot for them to try to handle everything. Be a bit troublesome. But it's also one of those things where we'll just have to wait and see if Pepsor has been able to have practice with Fnatic in the past, and being part of Fnatic Academy team, and just being able to have games and experience with them and develop together means they might already be pretty prepared for this, as well as Poison. And considering all of that, just it's mainly Poison that's this outside one that we have to figure out how it's going through. And I think we'll just try to stall and cut to a break as the players connect and prepare to get ready for the match. See you guys in a few minutes.
I'm sorry, still holding on.
Alright, looks like we have a little bit of warm-up for a second. And we'll have to just wait a moment or two for them to fully keep on going. But for the most part, we're ready to go, nice and proper. And it's going to be this very interesting Inferno. Looks like we have one more player waiting to connect. But considering this is best of one, it's going to be very risky, and just everything's going to be brought to the table. Fnatic certainly want to be able to get that early opportunity to get into that next PGL major. Don't want to end up left in the open and potentially just left out of it entirely, which would be even worse. So very essential match coming on through. Have to see how they work around that. So it looks like it's one of the players, Alex, waiting for him to connect. We're trying to coordinate some strategy beforehand, think about how they want to handle this pistol. They certainly want to have a good start to it. Will be a lot in that case. A question of how they want to do everything. It's going to be very important, actually, to even know what side they're going to start with. It's going to decide some factors on its own. They're all left in warm-up. And in fact, Wisla do have favored still, even on Inferno in this matchup. Just a bit more maps played into it. So growing confidence of consistently performing well in this lineup. May have been part of the reason why they might have been leaning towards Nuke, but Wisla performed even better on that. Wait, appreciate the 1v1 arenas, just a more recent addition. Considering we're playing in more proper patch 2 means there's all these unique additions over the last year or two, being able to toss grenades to teammates, the A1's grown relevance back into meta, being buffed and being the stronger M4 now. And I would start the game if I could. Unfortunately, not in my control. Hunting down Alex. Find out where he's at. Left in a bit of a question mark. Certainly have prepared. Absolutely poison, as they have to have 2 stand-ins for this. See what they'll be doing. Certainly going live any second, as Alex is now connected and in. There we go. Looks like there will be a knife round to decide starts initially. Be able to figure out what they want to do there. See what the plan is. Certainly want to start on that CT side, have the chance to just try to block, get that initial lead. Start in that more comfortable environment. Go to mid for this knife. Starting to start going on stabbing. Able to find things out and together. With that, able to get the knife round in their favor. Have to wait a second for them to decide sides, and then there we go. Fnatic will lean towards that CT side initially to start on with. And we'll have to see what they can do with that. What their plans are for this pistol, how they want to adjust this, perform at their best. Looks like just 2 flashes and defuse for Krems, so they'll at least be able to have some retake utility. A little bit more bought up on Wisla Krakow. Be able to go for some initial map control, maybe contest Banana with a Molly. But looks like they'll save that for after plant potentially. Just waiting for now. Just firing shots from bottom mid. Having Goofy just creep up Banana. Just waiting to set up for that initial contact. They do have 2 flashes on Sparrow. Instead, it'll be the Molly first, and they actually boost on half wall to clear. As he able to take down one pet store, able to get some trades, but responded to by Snatchy, leaving it 3-on-3, and utility now just coming in to execute in the site. Crim's position left completely open. Flashbangs do keep him back for at least the moment. And just using the burst on the Glock to be able to just jump across, clear those angles. Snatchy getting taken off the bomb, spamming some shots back, able to do some damage to Crims, now sticking the plant. And Alex able to take down one as enough time's been delayed for that smoke to fade. Find that initial pick, bring it on to a 3v2. Getting headshot, but at rather long range. Sparrow's trying to assist here, able to get from the side, catch Alex as Jetter gets down Crims, leaving Poison in this 1v2. Able to get to the bomb site, isolate the duel, find the first and the second. Finding the double for that clutch, already coming in key for Fnatic as this fill in with that USP, able to get that first round for them. Able to get that diffused through and through. Able to get that pistol, might be able to get some early momentum, build some confidence into this. It's going to be important for them to get everything they can to be ready to handle everything. Maybe a slight mistake there. Over peaking to end up allowing Poison to get that clutch with time running so low to begin with. But won't stop Wisla from going for the force buy here. Having a couple Galils and Mac-10s at hand. Very deadly for rushing down, already using the utility. As you'll just use that ability to get to the sandbag's position to just try to go for some info. Willing to go aggressive. Utility supporting him, be able to go on in and even get down Jetter. Clear him out early. Just get this full banana control, isolate Wisla from it. Able to get apartments and have some information there, but other than that, not much for them to work with. Fnatic able to keep most of the map under their reins. Mid smoked off as well. And a bit more favorable in the utility. Not even, but some smokes at least on Wisla if they want to try to gain some control, but it'll be a pop flash towards short, get some info there. Similar move from Fnatic towards Banana, able to see it clear for the moment, and being able to see a couple of bodies, Mezzy will start to get back, head back towards that B bomb site. So they will have to anchor towards it. A looking rather safe, as they, even though they kept heavy with 3 at the moment, still be up to Alex and Mezzy here as they slowly walk up for this contact play, ready to set up these smokes, execute into the bomb site, throw everything in. Mezzy playing anti-flash. Alex with that MP5 of all things, trying to work with here. Able to get the first. Mezzy able to respond and find the double and the triple onto the site, leaving Sobel in the 1v3. Enough time to at least stick that bomb plant, but we'll get immediately spammed. Poison once again, finding that last frag, able to confirm the round for Fnatic. Already coming in well for the stand-in, and looked like there's a technical issues. We're missing a player on Wisla. Might have a technical timeout for a moment. We did have question marks with these whole stand-in situation, but right now it's looking rather favorable. At least Fnatic able to have a good start into it. Able to just build their way right to the 2-0 lead in fairly confident fashion. At least with that conversion, able to get 3 on the initial picks on that execute onto B. Just massive damage, not even giving Wisla a fair chance in that round. And we'll leave them likely with just some pistols, not much to work with, just having to wait till the 4th round anyways, even after this player's back. Not going to be much for them to do. Wait and see if they're interested in even showing what they're interested in doing. So they did at least get the bomb down, so they do get that cash to help on out. And it looks like Sobel's just gone and bought up a full AK here. So they might be fully investing into it, or maybe a hero AK setup. Plenty of potential for different ideas here. And then just abuse that giant flexible playbook they should have against Fnatic here. It definitely seems like Fnatic at least came with some things to adjust with. Though, even though it's a good start, things I would say are still favored towards Wisla. But if Fnatic are going to show that they can get this, this is certainly the start they want to show that it is in their favor. It's going to be worth to keep that in mind. But it looks like it is just that hero AK on Sobel. just some pistols to work with it, though that can be all you need in a lot of situations. So Deagles, and they have Sobel solo rush down second mid, trying to go for some apps control, looks like. Just quietly boost them in there. Good nades brings Mezzy down to 39. Alex and Pepsor tagged a little bit as well. Some good damage means these Deagles are going to be able to find some impact. Sobel's not able to find that initial opening, but at least get Pepsor off that balcony position. Be further back and just get them all this A control. With that, though they're being held off banana, Sobel's just getting all this info. No, there's one in pit now. Snatchy's just holding in that smoke, just waiting for it to fade. Poison's gonna have to worry about the arch position soon, and he gets immediately taken down. One shot from Snatchy. Sobel to push on up. Crim's able to find the trade here, but not able to find the follow-up. Able to pick up that M4 to be able to upgrade. That's about all, and that AK is left in no man's land. No one able to go for it at the moment, and 3 still on this A site. As they anchoring towards B. Nice to say. But Goofy's just trying to find that gap, but looks like a little bit of his head shown, and Crim's Peps are able to chip in with 1 each. Alex able to go in from this apartment. Just try to find info where this last one is. As Messi rotates, they know they're confirmed on this A site now and take out the last remaining. Fnatic's able to cleanly take that together, boosting 1 in the process, and some decent coordination coming in for supposed to be the standards stand-in situation. Have some good communication and coordination so far. Now we have this proper full buy Snatchy with that AWP now. Sobel will be downgraded to the MAC 10. Having to deal with that just simply due to the last round investment. I'm focused on just stopping the push, but doesn't matter. Sparrow's already been past it. Not interested towards peeking for the moment. The important things about Poison with that AWP and what he does with it. Getting flashed off the angle early, having to respect it from short. Just want to throw utility, try to find some punish damage. Won't find anything for the moment. Alex trying to rely on his logs position. That flashbang, you get the perfect info away, and Snatchy's able to take the faraway player. Smoke does land once again, allowing Alex to safely escape, but not without his teammate lost. Alright, again, this man advantage is exactly what you want to just brew around with this T side. Force them to gamble 3 players towards one side. Themselves in a favorable situation. Dangerously enough, Alex just trying to go for some info despite tagged, able to flash them back in a way. Immediately cause a rotation. Poison heading towards this B site, and that's exactly what they're looking for. Starting to rotate back towards A. Uses counter util. They just have the single lurk of Sparrow trying to slowly creep on up. We'll go for that fake opening. Not able to find it, but Crims is able to catch them just without their weapons out. Able to find that double, get that initial opening, respond onto Sobel as well, and it's absolutely falling apart. Jedar left in the 1v4. And a round that started in Wisla's favor falls apart from a masterful play from Crims. And this player is out of position. Just with their pants down. Time runs out, and Jetter is just having to save that AK for the next round. Fnatic's having a clean 4-0 start. I think a rather surprising situation as the coordination seems top-notch right now. Able to rely on Crims and Alex making these key plays, able to get a pick or 2, able to keep things traded, potentially find opportunities, and that's forcing another time, or at least a proper timeout to come from Wisla Krakow. Think about strategy of what their next move is. They certainly have another hero AK with Jedar from the last round to be able to work with some more pistols, but they need to start getting rounds to begin with. This 4-0 start's going to build confidence for Fnatic, even though they have been put into a shaky situation. They're going to be feel a lot better about it right now with a solid 4-0. See what they want to do about it. Have a fair little bit of utility, maybe contest banana early, just try to get some of that map control, able to find an early pick to work with once again. Maybe just take the fight, fully rush through. Fully aggressive utility, able to get that top banana control. see a little bit of counter utility able to be thrown out. Sachi's able to land a tag onto Poison, being taken down by that AWP shot, and boosted up on that half wall once again. Alex is ready for this boosted angle, gets brought down to 8, but still able to get that initial pick. They are interested in seeing if they push past and just try to go for more, try to retake that car control. With that double man boost on logs, going to find out there's no one there right now. So able to hold control around this position. And interestingly enough, still 3 towards this A site for Fnatic, despite the man advantage. The lack of any presence towards A at all, and they're still just relying on this 2-man anchor. Just holding utility out, just waiting for nades to be thrown. Just initiate some counter utility. That won't stop them from running on through. Mezzy will be able to find the first, but Goofy's been able to find one. Mezzy with the double. Able to bring it 4v2, but left surrounded in this site. Just needs to hold his quad position. Not knowing where other players are, but that's the last found. Sparrow's position's known, gets taken down. Now Sparrow's left in this 1v3, at least aware of Poison's position. He'll start clearing towards it, but has 15 seconds. Has to grab this bomb. Knows that this one player has to stick the plant, at least believe so, and Crims just reads it perfectly. Gets the frag, wins the round 5-0 for Fnatic, and they're just holding this perfectly. Able to keep 2 alive, have decent money. Be able to get full utility with that. Though it will at least be another full buy for Wisla. Crims calls the bluff of that bomb plant, and it means no bonus money from that bomb. And left in an 0-5 for a team that felt like they should be favored, just on the up and up. Just this positive momentum going into everything. Just prepared to be able to take this Fnatic with 2 stand-ins, or at least that's what it would appear like. Fnatic making this look like a full lineup at the moment. Completely organized. Just able to play as a unit. Having 3 towards Banana, able to hold this together. Mezzy, once again, gets this opening pick. 5v4. Able to keep this top Banana controls. They decide to go aggressive, and this double nades the logs. Certainly going to get Sparrow down. Now it's a 2-man advantage, and they're just willing to push through. Looks away from that flash perfectly, and they're just making a fool out of Wisla at the moment. Getting that 6-0 lead, and it's just absolutely destroying them. Just being able to be completely coordinated. Now, the main weakness at the moment might possibly be the lack of strategy and changes. They've just gone for a little bit of basic control, a very standard default around this A side, which might be where the opening is for Wisla Krakow. Be able to find some space, as a lot of their skill and coordination is clearly gone through for Banana and able to keep them back, at least for now. But even if that is the case, where some of the weaker links and stand-ins and such, maybe towards this A site, the problem is one of those stand-ins is the deadly op or Poison, which makes things a little bit difficult, as he's had this op for essentially the entire game ever since they first picked it up. Not in any danger of losing it, being lower on util. So they're just playing passive B in this round, able to have moved up stacks. And they want to go for A now. Go back towards this way. They know things are a little bit split up. But Crims is just perfectly set up in this arch cubby. Having some teamwork and help out from teammates. Like Poison. And they'll try to fake it towards B last second. But Alex willingly rushing through his own smoke. Has the info. Not able to get the 180. But Mezzy will be able to at least find the trade. But Sparrow will at least be able to get the bomb down in this 1v3. But still a tall order for him to ask if he wants to be able to find the frag. And already getting himself surrounded, little room to work with. Just going to stay in this default grave position. Needs to find a pick. Will just get completely surrounded, but the space is being given to him. Crims is just hard holding this angle for him to peek, and he just found just the perfect spacing. Able to wrap just around. Certainly someone should hold for this exact peak situation. And there's 2 of them just looking at that way, just in case he's fully wrapping around. They're able to safely get that defuse on the bomb. So it wasn't through an open plant, though the time does run low. And Fnatic now has it completely 7-0. Wisla is still not able to find anything. And Fnatic just looks like this is potentially their just main roster for the major with how clean they're playing at the moment. Even though we know that certainly is not the case going on. So we'll have to see what Wisla Krakow is planning. So they are just left in what might be just considered a nightmare situation. You know your enemy team has 2 stand-ins. You should just be completely prepared, grouped up together with this full 5-man squad that you've been with together, been improving. You're like, this is the first opportunity, a weaker Fnatic to face against, and you're down 0-7 on the map choice that you felt like you'd be most favored on. Leaves a lot to be asked. It's not a favorable situation they want to be left in. So it's about a mental game at this point to see what they can do to recover being stuck down 0-7. They could potentially end up winning the half, but just showing little strides, barely even having a man advantage through this first half so far. Not much adjusting, just some slow control of second mid. Not trying to get apps necessarily just yet. They have the nasty 3-man setup on A, just in case they try to keep leaning towards this way. Good molly will force Crims off that angle. Though they do smoke it off. So he's able to stay here, able to dodge the bullets, trying to be spammed through apartments to be able to find him. Not able to find anything at the moment. But at the least, apps control fully gained. They have full apps, full banana. They have everything they want. We have this interesting 3-man stack. We have people starting to crawl up towards the apartments. Just 2 CTs towards this balcony with 1 in the pit. Just this heavy corner setup from A is a little bit different than what we normally see. Just willing to keep Arch completely open, but that won't matter as they're leaning towards B. For this execute, just hoping they can get a clean way in. Once again, Alex and Mezzy. 2 of the bets being put in this perfect smoked out, and Alex able to find that first pick and just hiding, waiting to trade and play with Mezzy and just pick these players apart one by one. Able to bait Snatchy's shot out. Alex able to follow it up, and things fall apart once again. Fnatic up 8-0. It's an absolute stomp. Sobel on this flank's at least able to find 1, but time's now out. And he might be able to steal that AWP at least from Poison. Trying to hold this position. And able to at least conserve a weapon and hand over to Snatchy. But other than that, they have nothing to work with. Still not a single round, and Fnatic doing it with at least 3 players alive. So we've got this money built up, 10k on Poison. Epsor, Mezzy, Crims, all of them around 6 to 5k. Just able to have good money on them. And just able to, even if Wisla are able to crack and get around in, they need to get at least 2 in a row, just really break them down. And they're even going aggressive with this mid setup. Poison just creeped on up. Will jump on back. Not risk getting exposed from mid. Almost potentially finding that initial opening, but instead it's Snatchy and Jetta down bottom banana, getting directly naded down to about half. Goofy's already brought down to 62 as well. So much nade damage being brought out. And Wisla just have no map control to answer for it, really. Just a little bit in apps. Still concerned with the halls themselves. Pepsor is able to get that early info. There are players here, and all this utilities being spewed out. Certainly going to be willing to keep these players here. Maybe even be prepared to rotate soon enough. Appreciate Snatchy with the invisible glass AWP, I suppose. Unable to see it, and it's another nade. More damage on Aspero this time, bringing him down to 81. These M4s can just one-shot almost the entire Wisla team now. And as they just try to cross, it'll be against Poison. Trying to molly off, won't work out. Sparrow's just concerned of someone being in these apartments. They're aware of this. But what they aren't prepared for is this push through the arch smoke. As Alex just walks on through from the side, able to find 1 for free, and Crims just hard anchoring, able to find the double. Has Snatchy left on this op, and Alex will help him out with that as well. Sandon's just holding solid positions, and a lot of the just poor Fnatic lineup, Mezzy, Crims, Alex, just doing a lot of the heavy lifting and just making it like they're just going against the whole Fnatic lineup and just getting completely stomped by them. Poison and Pepsor just fitting into that puzzle, covering what they need to, and just having a standard performance, letting everyone else from that core lineup shine. They're now up 9-0, just an absolute stomp against the cards and predictions. Just what anyone expected at the moment. This is certainly not what anyone expected, I would say. I think a lot of it boils down to this good strategy, good utility usage, everyone able to get this nade damage in, and just forcing them to run into these players of the coordinated lineup and just be glued together. Even when they go into A, even though Pepsor is on that side and Poison's trying to do opping, they're left in a more passive position, set up for more of the anchoring, and we see the same players, Alex, Crims, just shining on through, getting these picks, finding this impact, and just getting this core from Fnatic to be the main ones to get control. And it's just Crims with this just game awareness. They're prepared, finding that gap through the smoke, holding it, able to catch a player early. They're just creeping up for what looks like a balcony drop. Just going to try to waterfall out, find some opportunities out of that. And the mid control means Snatchy's burned down to 53 just to throw that smoke. That's now is his time to shine, as Poison's been taken down, left alone on the site, but it leaves just enough time. He's just here to delay, just stall, and just gets the final frag, able to hold on his own weight, while also giving room for Crims to find the rest. And now double digits. Wisla need to find something, at least a 10-5 half, so they can salvage something to work with on the CT side. They need to get all 5 in a row at this point. So money's building even more now. 11K on Mezzy and Crims. 6K, solid 69 on Alex, and 8,200 on Pepsor. And we're not seeing any timeouts either. Not more pauses to think about what they can do. They're just running into the next round. No change up to their game plan, what they're trying to do. Going straight into it again. They are able to tag Poison down to 16, but now Mezzy has an additional AWP and able to find that initial pick onto Goofy. Clean man advantage still for Fnatic. Wisla Krakow just not making any kind of response. A little bit of utility thrown here and there, sprinkled in. Now just a nade from Alex. Not going to connect on anyone as they're still deep in Banana. But they completely change up who's where, having everyone rotate and have Crims towards this A site, but with completely different players, and rely towards Mezzy and Alex to fully rotate towards B. Have that fully healthy AWP to get this initial pick. So they're just running into 2 of the main Fnatic 3-4 here. And with that, Alex is able to connect surprisingly and gets taken down from a clean shot of Sobel. And it's going to be up to Mezzy here, doing some opping, able to find just one more. 2v3, a decent situation for the B bomb site, and they even line up. Snatchy able to take Poison down while tagging Crims in the process, down 21. With another AWP, both of them trying to retake from CT here. Snatchy able to peek up Pepsor. Just Crims left in this possible 1v2. Wisla prepared to finally get around. Crims at least able to find one, but even one shot from the AK will do it. Is left low, but Crims might not be prepared for this. And is not, as Sobel's able to take him down. Get that first round for Wisla, but not without damage being done. Not even a single weapon saved. Tons of money on Fnatic. They need to completely break this streak. They need to get the second. They need to follow it up. They need to get these 5 rounds. And still no timeout being called. They just want to keep things going. Try to find their way into this. That being the case, Fnatic likely isn't going to complain. Instead, they're going to have just Poison with the solo op once again. Just using the double op to mix things up for a single round. But back a little bit to the norm. Banana control will be fully taken by Fnatic for the moment. Be able to smoke bottom mid, a little bit of spam weaponry, but they even have Mezzy set up. And Alex hands him his flashbangs just to get even more control, get the space to get Alex into logs. Flash to clear towards halls. Now they have no info towards any of these positions. Poison trying to throw some counter utility, able to find some light damage on a Sobel and Spearow. Crim's just throwing more of these nades, not connecting as well. Wisla Krakow just trying to bait out this utility at this point, learning at least a little bit, improving. So far against Fnatic, so far at the moment, setting up. Pop flashing through, going for that banana control, and that'll be enough cause Alex to rotate, try to help out Mezzy. Left solo anchoring this B site currently. Does in fact have the molly, so as they set up to execute, they will have to answer or run through the molly. This gives Mezzy 1-3. They have to smoke their way through. Mezzy's able to find a double before Sobel's able to trade him out, and Alex just quietly anchoring here. And just waiting for the info of that bomb plant. Able to get some damage to that nade. Has to reload that M4, and it's a 3v4 retake. Or 4v3. Still minor favor for Fnatic, but Alex is able to separate the players and get a double out of it. What was supposed to be a trade situation, and now Snatchy is just left dark alone. Able to find the first, but Free Fire from Prepsor will easily clear him out, and Fnatic immediately deny the second round follow-up. They at least get a bomb plant, so they should have decent money going into this next round. To at least have some weapons to work with if they want. But just not having much money to work with, and with that being the case, Fnatic just looking to have this almost flawless half. Just not entirely sure what Wisla can do, and the fact that they're not calling any timeouts is just more concerning. They're just going with the flow, and just letting Fnatic just build this lead higher and higher. The second they knock down a peg, another one found. Crimson immediately going for that bottom mid molly, and even that pick, Poison able to find one early. Nade is a little bit early second mid to try to punish any sort of response. It won't matter too much. Has slowed them down, and Fnatic are a man up, a minute 30 into the round, no response, and Poison's prepared, finds Spearow just as that smoke's thrown, no way to even try to react to that as he's taken out. Nade goes a little bit short, so won't connect on a Jetter. There is no one on short side, so they could flash on through. They'll find tag damage on the Poison, but that's where Crims activates and just sets up the space, allowing Poison to get that 4K. Fnatic up 12-1, and still little response from Wisla at the moment. They're just getting taken down. Not a single player positive. Closest is Sobel at 10 and 11. Goofy with only a single frag. 4 on Spearow, 3 on Jetter. We struggle to find any picks, and just Fnatic running away with this. Completely together. Run boosting across. Ball's a bit short, but he sees the jump across, and he will give up that position, but he won't go passive. Scoped in, just waiting for Goofy to peek into the position. He's ready for it. Lands the flick. Only a single bullet taken in the process. Runs on back. Smoke leaves a large gap through it. Alex does get tagged down to 39, but able to spam down Jetter in the process. And now it's a 5v3. Another round just dominantly Fnatic favored. Not sure what Wisla is supposed to do here. Going back to grab the bomb bottom mid. And they now have Poison all the way on this B bomb site. Probably the last thing they'd be hoping for or even expecting. Poison holds this angle and gets another pick. Just so amazing on this AWP. And they are using him to perfection to perform. Just up to Sobel and Spearow now. 2v5. Able to get a clean shot through the smoke. Able to take down Crims. But Mezzy just here with this off angle on Arch. Able to see that tip the AK. Take down Spearow with ease. As Alex from Graveyard takes the last remaining of Sobel. And looks like we might have a quick game here as Fnatic is just one round away from sealing the half 14-1. And just 3 away from finishing off Wisla Krakow in what felt like a match just completely favored to them. Just being completely taken away. Just good coordination with the stand-ins. Prepsor and Poison just able to get them to activate and perform well. Pepsor just being a reliable anchor, just laying on the site, just letting the boys do their work. While they just help and encourage Poison and just go however they want. Throw those double nades, massive damage. Better and Jet are down to one shot from these M4s. Even Molly have to use the smoke just to keep Jedar so low alive, just for a moment longer. Just all his utility damage. And just no control. Wisla Krakow get to brag for it. Jedar holding the logs. Poison with the AK this time around, just giving Crims the AWP. Still giving the rounds, and Crims is able to get the double off with it. Not even needing Poison to AWP, apparently. Just letting him anchor Arch with the AK instead, because they feel like it. Just game's completely in their control here. And it's the last two players initially tagged up, running into these nades from the B defenders. And it'll be Mezzi with a free double to seal it off, 14-1. Just a mere few seconds until they are able to have to swap. And it just looks like this is just done and dusted. Assuming things go quickly after this game, we'll try to quickly go to a small break, but then figure out who the winner will be to face Fnatic in Fate versus Kova. And we'll try to head over there to keep everyone updated and find out what's going on. Small breaks, I certainly would appreciate one. Things begin, and let's see what Fnatic want to do here. We won't be able to see much this T side, see how coordinated prepared they are. Looks like they just have two playing just outside of logs and banana. Crims just holds under Balk, just goes for the sound Q info. They're just trying to gamble 4 towards A right now for Wisla. Who's certainly heard, but just with this passive info position, that smoke. Giving away some info, one player towards both these positions, and Snatchy's able to find that initial pick onto Alex. Looks like they're more interested in trying to engage towards this. With all those footsteps heard, Krim's still in a similar position in the apartments, might have called all these players running back. They have more space to work with towards A, and they know this. Still more players towards this A site, but all this room being given away. They know it's been handed over to them. They just look, just see these positions are clear, not seeing anyone. They will find their first contact soon enough if they continue on prodding. Somehow not connecting to see Zobel and Arch. But deciding to go straight for that AX cube, able to get the molly off, open up, and find that initial pick with Poison on Snatchy. A little bit of an awkward duel, and there is still Goofy on this site, but he has been hit. The position of him being here is known. He's still able to take down Mezzi, caused a little bit of a gap, but Poison and Pepsor are able to keep things together, leaving it to a 1v1 between Pepsor and Jedar, and he has to stick this bomb plant. Just able to crouch, and it's just such an important 1v1 just to have a chance. Jedar needs to land this headshot, able to find it. Looks like he'll try to find defuse kit, maybe some utility laying around before going for that bomb defuse. At least able to get that initial pistol, but still so far behind. There's going to be little for them to be able to do here. Question is what their next move is. So they do have a little bit of utility in favor, but that's not going to stop Fnatic just forcing out immediately. They want to close this nice and quick, get as much time to prepare. Think about their next opponents, just hold on and wait. Be able to take a bit of a break themselves. Still 2 more rounds to go, but they fully invest. AKs for 3, pistols for Mezzi and Krims. Let me give Poison and Pepsor some of these AKs. And they flash Pepsor through, able to get that initial tags, getting some damage on a Sparrow, getting info of the 2 towards this B bomb site, forcing them to use this utility. And they take some damage themselves, beautiful map control gain, and they immediately swap back over towards A. if they baited this third rotate to come on in. With it, Snatchy's able to creep up, find the first opening, but Pepsor is able to immediately adjust, and even though they were almost caught without any utility, Pepsor are prepared, but not able to win the duel against Goofy. Sobel's able to almost find the double against Alex, but they do have the space. This A bomb site has been fully taken. Alex will be able to get the safe plant on down. Grim's able to anchor it. Alex even able to get across towards that pit. Crims to jump into the bomb site itself. Sound Q should give away their positions, so that should be something known at least. Jetter creeps on up with Goofy. They're trying to split take this back. Creep up from short. Sparrow's able to clear out the first. Crims surrounded. Not able to fight this off, but able to get good damage in a bomb plant. Though that won't be around. Just some good damage. Keep these CT's money a bit low on Wisla, but they won't be able to close it out this quickly. So it will be a bit longer. They have to wait for the moment. And we'll have to see what they want to do. And just some pistols. Even a MAC-10 on Crims. They're able to happen best. Find an initial shot on a Snatchy, make him run back entirely towards the site, and they just run through that arc, not expecting it at all. To be able to find the first, able to isolate these duels, and they completely line up for the 4K, leaving Alex 1v5. Not much to do here in this round. Goofy's starting to be able to take things on up, perform rather well. Just holding that position, and it'll be Goofy to be able to celebrate an ace as Wisla gets a 4th round. Still 10 behind, but still able to have a solid start. Only 2 live on the 2nd round, but other than that, very clean overall. Be rather competitive, starting to get back together. Do a little bit better on the CT side. At least for the moment, though they still have that long way to go. It's like a little bit of a buffering issue. And Pepsor is just holding up, and it's a perfect flashbang setup. He's able to get that initial opening. The jump scene, Snatchy's just trying to find that initial shot. Able to find it, just flicking through the smoke. Take down Pepsor. As Sobel as well pushes down apartments. Able to catch one, but this immediately gives info that A might be open. And Poison's able to catch down Goofy, just speeding up the pace, not slowing down. And there's just one player of Sobel alone on this A bomb site. So rotation coming in from Sparrow, but it might be too soon, too late. Sobel's able to hide. Didn't know he's here just yet, but gets hard cleared Poison with a clean headshot, and it's a 2v3 retake to deny map point as well as match point. Snatchy starts walking up from short, wants to find that initial opening, but just that nasty crossfire, having one in the pit, makes it so hard for them to address. The flashbang's good, but it's still not good enough. Snatchy a little bit slow on the shot. Not expecting the player in pit. Try and drop that smoke down, able to land that quick off shot. And still able to find Sparrow as well, and Snatchy able to take down the last remaining of Alex, and they somehow are able to do that difficult 2v3 retake, deny the match point, keep things on going. A miraculous round from Wisla, so they're able to start building back into this. It's an absolute miracle for them. They are strongly favored on their CT side, about 60%, worth keeping a note, compared to about 39% success rate on their T side rounds. But even still, that said, still have a long way to go, though they are finding it. They are able to find their chance back into this, perhaps. Snatchy goes for that early peek, able to swing across. But the flashbang is perfect. denies the vision, and Snatchy's taken out. AWP immediately removed from this round. Won't be able to do the same impact as he did in the previous. And won't even be able to get that AWP back either. Instead, they're handing utility to Jedart and trying to boost up on the other side of the boost position on Quad. We'll set that up, but instead it's Arch fully under control. There has to be a gap in the defense for Wisla, and it is Arch. And Fnatic have opened it up, found completely aware of it, and they're just executing into the site from the Arch position, cleanly taking down Silver. It's now Goofy left in this situation as he's completely surrounded, and this 5v2, it's gonna be a save for sure from Wisla. This match point is certainly all but confirmed for Fnatic. Far cleaner execute, just being able to find that single opening, get that initial pick, immediately take it towards the other bomb site, and just cleanly execute, just finding the open space in the map, just prodding through the holes and just exploding them open into a round win. Not only that, looks like they're interested in hunting these weapons too. Smoke's a little bit off. Poison through. Was likely aware of that. And both the players taken down, no weapons saved. And the money's a bit hit and miss with Wisla, so they might be missing a few rifles here and have to make a few concessions to be able to compete. So this just might be their final round able to compete. And their best chance, at least for the moment. Certainly not something they want. Going to be rather concerning. Not much to work with, but a good nade will do good damage, at least to Pepsor. But Alex is able to walk past it at least, and they are setting up to pop flash, I believe. But instead he just peeks in just normally, and it doesn't matter. He just walks in, gets the entry, takes down Jenner, and just good utility usage, and they just force them off the B bomb site. Snatchy wants to try to lurk through the smoke, try to find a pick. Or at least just wait for the smoke to fade to find an opportunity. Arrow's trying to spam the way through to find one. So we'll back down to 67. Able to bring it down to a 4v4. Snatchy with a good shot. They'll need a lot more where that came from. And Snatchy just pushes through the smoke, able to find one. Crims immediately with that trade. Pushing through the smoke in the zone to find that response. Finding a triple and will deal the final blow with a 4K. Crims to seal it, taking things into his own hands and closing it 16-5 for Fnatic. And doing things rather clean, just a absolute complete shock. And Fnatic looks like, even with the stand-ins, need to be respected quite a bit here with these clean executions. So it might be worth noting that going into when they have their next game, I believe we will have a quick break and we'll have the next map updated against who will be their opponent shortly, seeing that next future match against, let me double check here, I believe it was Fate and Kova. Yep, there we go. And we'll see that in just a moment. pretty neutral performance, just Fate able to work together as a squad. Pretty even on frags overall. It is a small timeout for Kova, wanting to see their next move, try to think about what's going on. And that is a little bit of the question. What have their plans? What have they used so far? Getting rather deep into the match now, round number 23. Competitive, and means that they'll have to keep this up. Fnatic will be able to have an easy break after that stomp of a game. Means they'll have even less to worry about going into the next one. So we'll have to see what the game plan is there. Meanwhile, we'll be trying to focus on some of that top mid control, mauling off that standard boxes position. Spy leader holding for a cat push. Utility. Right side cat. Spam not working out. Able to find some good damage on the spy. Finds it unpunished as well. Focus towards this more mid B control. Could potentially be punished, but won't see that much as Arax is able to get the initial info of some players in those apartments. So on top of it, a very passive retake setup, just focused on this mid control. Not worried about the A side itself, just having ZKS go for some info, peek on through. Twixie's just holding for a peek, expecting one from bench, but rather it just being some top mid players. And 46 seconds left. Rather little time left on this clock, just starting to tick on down. And as they start to slowly walk up cat, 35 seconds, just time ticking slower, and they just aren't even prepared as Twixie's able to get a 3K, ripping them down. And it just leaves solo player left of Patrick taken down by Arax towards B. And Kova able to get that lead 12-11. That won't be enough. Fate's economy is a little bit of a scattered buy potentially coming in. See Hybrid pick up that AK, Galil on Niki. See some Deagle, more AKs out. Shike Patrick. Platoon on in. Utility's a bit weak though, compared to Kova, which could be a bit of an issue. They're going to be limited in their options of what they can do here. Not going to be able to have that same level of flexibility. Going to be up to them there, but they are able to find that opening pick, start cracking into this A bomb site. They do it a man down, really trying to go for these key plays, but instead it's Shike with the double. Coming in the hero they possibly needed. But the flashbang's beautiful. Arax able to take him out, bringing it to a 2v2. And meanwhile, Niki, while without the bombs, able to get this B bomb site control, get this info. A deep position, and they just get this full rotate in, while the rest of Fate Esports still left on this A site, just now starting to rotate and completely unprepared for that deep position in the markets, and forcing Twixie to rotate through mid. See how he handles this 1v2, try to wide swing out, get some info, clear positions in a nice safe fashion. Could be a bit of a nasty off-angle setup by leader, but that nade will unfortunately not land on him. It's been close. And instead he leaves himself open to both of them, gets taken down. Poor smoke landing on the bomb, unfortunately. No chance in that, and Fate are able to turn it around with that mixed buy and keep it competitive, 12-12. Keep things rather interesting. Have to see what their next move is. Looks like the move is a timeout. So their money is maybe a little bit mixed. They want to make sure they handle things appropriately. Kova left a little bit troublesome as well. Able to go for a similar buy situation as Fate in the previous. Just about trying to convert these rounds, build a greater lead. Not necessarily trading, don't want to go in that overtime, just want to close things out nice and clean, find those 2 rounds before the end of regulation. With that, they group up a little bit more heavily towards A for the moment. Single player under, having Twixie try to one-way with that USP. Not working so well. He's able to hold that position nice and safe. Able to just go, but forced to push under if he wants to be able to get out of this position, which means Arax needs to help him out. But could find a few weapons in the process. And that first pick certainly going to help, and finds the double. That's bomb control too. And with the second on the way, that means weapons going to be able to be found. And with Arax helping out, finding the third, has to reload, but that doesn't matter. Twixie's there, but unable to find the frag, allowing Spy Leader to get the double. Just now that bomb control being reobtained. Let him have a chance back into the CKS, trying to get a huge flank, gets denied. With that, Yuli trying to figure out what's next. Just trying to anchor, lurking from Palace. Try to figure out where they want to go. Niki trying to find some info. Try to get some of that control towards A, make them confident enough to go on in. So it looks like not so confident going for that info, not being able to find anyone. They're deciding to go towards B instead. His careful peeks out from Spargo could leave him exposed. He needs to be careful here. He's assuming them to not be from this position, but he instead goes aggressive, finds the first. Spy is able to get the trade, leave it to this 1v1. Question is, where does Yuli want to go? Going to walk carefully under, try not to give sound cues away. Interestingly enough, Spy's going to try to anchor from market. Has the bomb planted for it. Just this extremely passive position. Should be another round for Fate. Timeout should be worth the call here. See what's going on. Though Yuli is prepared for the peak, won't be able to win it out. Fate Esports with the round, 13-12. Looks like that means we're brought with a more general pause. Trying to plan out what's going on next. Likely for Kova to respond to see as their money is left in an interesting situation. Certainly. Got some lovely skins on these players. Good old M9 Slaughter. What else we got on these guys? Good old Butterfly. Looking at that standard Forest DD. Nice and simple, while we have the clean Karambit. Rusted Coat if I had to guess, but I'm not the best skin guy. I believe Rusted Coat's the name. Witness pause. Got another Karambit here. End up saying the same, so it does seem rather kind of just rusty and dark. Doesn't look like a clean, shiny silver blade that I believe the vanilla one is. Could be making fool, and we got a very dark M9 here. Looks like the metal automatic one that I can't remember the name of. Solid red mesh with silver outline, and it looks like that's exactly what it is. Perhaps someone can eventually inform me what that one is called at some point. Certainly am a little bit washed in some areas. It's completely fine, part of the fun. We do at least have the pause fully resolved. And it'll be nice and prepped, ready to go. find out how Fate and Kova want to do this next round. Both teams able to get a mostly full purchase up. Nikki stuck with just a Galil, but otherwise everything in good condition. Reminder, this is important for us to be able to find out who's going to be going up against Fnatic next. So that is the question we are all wondering. See if they can give out a better showing. I think Patrick might have seen a little bit of the bag. Aware of the position of Uli there. Able to swing, get the pick. Does get dinked, but does win it out. Get that benefit of that AK headshot. Without CKS finding one in response, though. Though Hybrid will be able to take him down, leave it to a 3v3. Rather low, but able to molly that stairs position. There are some of these angles, and this bomb isn't even going towards the A site. Going for another massively long rotate. Having Hybrid just lurk, waiting for the smoke to fade. Finding a massive opening here. Free double. And with the bomb not even going towards that site, Arax is completely left out of position as Fate Esports now finds 14. Starting to build this lead, set up to take the win against Kova, perhaps. We'll have to wait and see. Not everything confirmed for certain yet, though things are looking rather good in this case. Try to execute through, and it is just pistols for Kova to try to contest against 15. Made sure not to fully invest how well they've been able to contend so far. Want to be able to try to get that full buy-in on the next round the best they can. Try to go for that overtime. That will be the plan. Taking those initial shots, trying to find some info. Some contact. But they're just waiting to do this late B play. Just go out through the markets. Drop into the markets, rather, onto that B bomb site. They'll take Eric's down easily, and with more of these pistol sounds going on through, they do have only about 2 now in the ladder, but they are at least somewhat prepared for it. Twisty's able to find that trade, but ZKS is only able to find one on the bomb site. Uli left in a 1v3. And we'll have to see what he can do here. Won't be much at all. Spy Leader clears him out, trying to boost into the ladder room. Esports one round away to going against Fnatic. Bit of a dream scenario to be able to have their next match on the way through. Be able to be competitive best enough, but it will be in a best of 3, which will be a little bit more interesting. We'll have Fnatic a lot more intensely tested. They certainly can't prepare in the same way, leaning towards a single map. So with how good they've looked so far, official map could have things pretty well prepared for everything else. They are stacked up 3 on A, and Fate are going to run into them. If Kova have a chance, this is it. Their chance to hold on and fight for overtime. They have to be able to hold this. First one's already failed. Hybrid able to find one. Uli able to find a response, and Nikki hard clears out Uli and ZKS. Meaning as Eric tries to rotate towards CT, he's able to find a clean double headshot transfer onto Nikki. And this round that they shouldn't have a shot, they instead have a fair opportunity as Eric finds a third, brought down to 5 HP. Hybrid left in the 1v2 clutch. Just holding here, still in Palace after all this time. And able to find that clean headshot, but pre-fires the bomb, and Arax is able to get a 4K to get that clutch to keep Kova holding on. Amazing shots. Surprised to see them do that. It's an amazing play there. Just single-handedly holding the team on his back to keep them together. Now, if they have to keep things at least for one more round, they need to find that conversion. Don't want to go to overtime. Have those 2 rounds from earlier to breathe with. But now's the time to use them. Find what they're looking for. Beast Fargo with that off angle towards mid. Initially. Flashbang not connecting. Smoke. Able to block vision, forcing his rotation towards A. They're focused mostly towards B. Like, let's just take a standard B hit. Just see what they have going on here. Hopefully they just don't have 3 standing around like they did in A last round. That, in fact, is not the case. There is just 2. Got A-Rax on that anchor. But was the deadly presence from last round. So with that, the Mackin able to dodge and weave means Hybrid set up to get the double. Just able to use Patrick a little bit as bait almost. Really tries to blind fire a little bit through the smoke. Not able to find anyone just yet. Just hungry to find that frag. Not finding anything. Very smoke to find the gap of the way through. Hopper taken down. Patrick just stalling. Able to get a double with his low HP, and it doesn't matter. Spyleer able to take down the last remaining, and it is fate to win 16-13. We'll be going against Fnatic in possibly a few minutes. We'll have to figure out how the scheduling is working on that, but in a full best of 3, which will be a lot more interesting to think and talk about and see how they're going there. Things will be a lot more of a fight. So I believe we will be back in just a few minutes. Happy to keep you guys updated. Please stay tuned. more, though, against a weaker Bulgarian lineup of Fate. And on top of it, the maps are starting with Inferno, of all things. So looking good for Fnatic there, followed up with some Mirage and Overpass. So Fnatic likely very happy with that overall. Very comfortable maps, especially for Poison on the op for sure. Going to be able to have a field day, I imagine, against the opposition. And we'll have to see when it comes to that. So we'll have to see, as Fate was in just a very heavy contentious matchup just a moment ago to be able to defeat Kova. Barely able to get through that, and that was on Mirage. So trying to continue with that Mirage to be able to compete against Fnatic in this case. Though it will be a tall order to ask for. But if they somehow have some strength they can excel past Fnatic in, at least on Mirage, then we can see it go to a third of Overpass, which is certainly should at least be a Fnatic special, at least in my eyes, with how the team and the history and such. So it's just looking so favored towards Fnatic regardless, though I wouldn't be surprised to see a 2-0 here, especially with some eyes like Poison on that AWP if they really have had the time to set up and enable him in this lineup as Inferno's shown so far, even though he is technically a stand-in at the moment, to just really go ham and control things on the server pretty much. So with that, we'll just wait for the players to connect and it'll be a few minutes. See you guys then. Got to set up their dial-up, their little Ethernets and AOL internet services, whatever it was back in the day. I'm a little bit too zoomer for that, unfortunately. Not too zoomer enough to at least remember the Inferno matchup we just had from Fnatic, where they just absolutely demolished Wisla Krakow in an insanely dominant fashion, which is a complete surprise with the two stand-ins. Definitely have had time to prepare and be ready for this with Poison and Pepsor to just completely get into this, and almost looking like just the main roster with the level of quality they've been able to execute with so far in this match, that previous match. So it's worth keeping all of that considered going into this, and just with the definite underdogs of Fate Esports, they're just going to have a lot to ask for on their plate. It's going to be a very difficult situation for them to work with, just having to deal with Fnatic that look just as strong as they ever can be, despite the complete roster shuffle mix-up, whatever's going on there. And just all the chaos they're having to deal with players and stuff. Looks like it's not making them any weaker, being able to be just as strong as FaZe were, perhaps. Maybe not as strong as FaZe, but being able to keep their form as well as FaZe has, regardless of the players swapping in. So, good to see that. And they will at least have a chance on their own map of Mirage. Though I could imagine things will be a little bit of a nightmare with Poison running around. From what I can recall, at least in his past. Remember Complexity being quite nasty on that map. That is the main thing worth noting here. Looks like we at least have all 10 finals connected. Should be ready to go in just a moment. So the question is, can they at least do better than the previous opponents of Wisla Krakow that were absolutely torn apart? They can do better than them. They have something to think about. They did better than a top 30. Might be a good confidence booster for the team. They certainly have a high line across. Even though it's best of 3, apparently knife rounds, which is very weird to see. But looks like that's just how things are being handled. And the knife round will go towards Fate Esports. They'll be able to choose what side they want to start with first. Likely CT, I would assume, and there it is. That's what they're going to be able to start off with. As the real test begins. Fate Esports on this CT side against Fnatic. And might have a small technical issue, so don't mind that on the side. But we'll have to see what they're doing here. Looks like a heavy 4-man stack towards A. Saw a similar sort of move from Wislo on the pistol. Didn't pan out too well. Spy Leader getting tagged down to half immediately. Going back, playing passive. Trying to do what they can, but it looks like it's just going to be a clean BX scoop coming on in here. I'll have to play this B site retake. Which is certainly not the situation they want as they break on their way through. Even more tag damage on a Spy Leader. 5v5 B-site retake, and 5v4 as Spy Leader's remaining HP is taken down through a smoke as well. Enough time for Nikki to rotate. They got players crawling in these ruins. But basically like a 3-man crossfire, except they're able to completely separate it. Messi having to push through the smoke for it. And to fake that defuse. Poison able to close out the last remaining 2, and it's a clean site hold from Fnatic. So good entries at least for Fate Esports. Able to break into that there. At least doing okay with the start, but have to deal with Fnatic now in this second round bye. We'll be able to at least see Fnatic on a full T side this time around. Wasn't able to see that really against Wisla Krakow. And looks like we might not be able to see too much, as Poison was just able to take down the scout mid with a MAC-10 rushing him down. Fair enough. Just setting up flashes to go across. At least a smoke towards March. And caught out with utility. Poison still able to just get the second wide swing card. And that arm shot off. Poison somehow still alive with 6 HP. Hybrid was just too unable to tank anything, and Mezzy not enough to close out that spray. And Poison just holding this close angle just about, and able to get a 3K, just tanking so many bullets. And it is just fine for them, and immediately a pause coming in. Like tactical pause from Fate, try to adjust, think about what's going on. And ticks on down, and they pretty much just have to full eco in this one. Not able to make the force work. That being the case, looks like they're having Pepsor be the first man in this time around. Trying to solo get some info towards B. Understand what's going on there. Able to fully capture this B site alone. Not finding much info, but they do have these players stacked up on the side here. He'll start getting rushed down, but that won't stop him from getting 2 and a 3rd even with the Deagle. Crims will get the help to save him out, so he doesn't need to fully get those frags with the Deagle. But still gets that bonus money with the MAC-10 regardless, as well as a clean 3-0 for Fnatic. They keep an eye out as Fate are able to start bringing these weapons and utility out. How do they want to execute their first full buy? Be able to show their game plan, how they want to handle their Inferno, how they run through, and how strong it is able to hold up against Fnatic. Interesting flashbang coming in. Pepsor flash, but able to get behind the half wall. Molly clears the sandbag position, but giving enough space to go on through. And Hybrid's able there to save his team. Getting taken down from Pepsor. So a fair bit of damage taken in response. Clearing out that porch position, able to force Shike back. Not at least just for a moment. But he does re-peek, not too scared of the flames, not pushing him back. And able to get that initial pick. This beautiful molly usage, just giving all of this space to push back into them. Crims will be able to punish with a nade onto Nikki and Hybrid, but they know they aren't on this A site anymore and might even go for this peek. And once this mid is confirmed clear, everything's all but confirmed what's going on, and Spy Leader fails to find that first pick, but still there's rotates. Hybrids on the site, one towards CT of Shike with that AWP. Not able to land any of these spam shots at the moment. Hybrid anchoring on the site, able to come in late. Work find a double, and Poison only able to find one before Nikki comes in from Banana behind them. And able to confirm that last remaining player, and able to play very solid on this first showing on their full buy. So they're able to be competitive, keep things spicy. Very interesting, and try to hold up a little bit better than the previous lineup of Wisla. That won't stop Fnatic from being able to go for another buy, try to contest them. Pepsor being the main player to focus on this fight for Banana. Does take a direct HE down to 61. But with little bits of utility, is able to claim it for them. Looks like some drop nades left for the Arch player. Shike is trying to slowly creep on up here. Able to land that flip clean onto Pepsword. No one there to trade him. Poison set up a little bit too far back to be able to trade with him. Small misplay there. Should see a little bit of that weakness coming through with stand-ins. Let's use them for a little bit more potential mistakes or opportunities given. Shike's being held on this angle, and looks like they want to boost over the half wall. I don't know if they're going to set up to run boost across. It's like Mezzi's thinking about what he wants to do. Just going to try to execute across. Flashbang's good. They're able to dodge the off shot, but they aren't able to dodge the spray from Spy. Able to take one, make it a 5-on-3 before running on back. Taking the bomb plant once, able to bait that off shot out in an inaccurate position. Shike not able to find what he's looking for. Interested in switching, handing Spy leader to AWP as he's left with 9 HP. Letting Bogdan's Law go into play. And Alex just holding, able to get that early damage, immediately drop down after. A little bit open his position, getting spammed, but instead they line up. And he gets tagged down, but won't stop him from just tapping down bodies, and Poison just able to lurk in that CT smoke. Not peeking, just hiding, and even able to confirm the frag on the way out. Get Fnatic that fourth, deny the second round follow-up from Fate. Able to do some massive damage, leave them in a very contentious situation of what they want to do with their economy. So we'll have to see what the play is there. It looks like they do want to force up. They want to try to contest. They don't want to give up this fight just yet. Just let Poison try to free fire some shots. Looks like they do have Poison and Pepsor being the main players. They lean towards this utility fest towards Banana. A little bit spent. Pepsor willing to jump in the fire a little bit. Certainly been learning well from that training in the academy team. Not greedy like the average MM player, scared of taking a little bit of nade damage there. That matters that your HP doesn't hit 0 and you're able to hit those frags. And it just gives that space freely to confirm, find those openings that, hey, this Banana is pretty clear. They're kind of quiet and passive here. And that's what's going to do little to deter as they just push on through. Spyler is going to try to do what he can. And it looks like he left auto weapon switch on as he picks up the AK and immediately swaps to it with this Z frag. And that's an absolute tragedy as it denies at least Delta from coming on in. And still a man advantage for Fnatic. And I would hope a save for Fate, though not too great. It's just the situation they're left on here. Just hold on to what they have. And patiently wait. Things on out at least. But that is an absolute tragedy. There's nothing else that could have been there in that situation. Without a doubt. Looks like Fnatic won't be too hungry to try to really break them, tear these weapons apart, so Fate will be able to keep up these mixed buys up if they want to. But that might be a little bit of a trap as they will end up being quite lacking in utility overall, I would imagine. With that lack of utility, that means Fnatic can just do even more on this T side, get these positions, and just have free reign over the map, and just get even more rounds, keep up this dominance. Doing a little bit better, able to get a round before Wisla did. Up 5-1 for Fnatic. Sort of goal, because no matter what happens, they're at least able to contest a little bit more. there is a small decider bracket, so even if Fnatic hand down Fate pretty well, they'll still be able to contribute and get some involvement in some decider matches, maybe get some benefits out of that. So it is not all low. They will still have a chance to fight for that 5th place. Have that final chance to get on through. Now they're anchoring pretty heavily towards this A site, which is exactly where they want to be as trying to kill Fnatic. 4 players stacked up here. Alex is able to respond to Mezzy. Trying to throw that smoke. Tag down on the spy. This Crims drops on down, says hello to Niki. Shike says hello back, takes him down. And notices there's no one around to talk to, as they've all run towards this B bomb site. And Spyleader's just gonna head on over, see if there's like an another AK, or just anything really to grab over from the reserves. Left over, maybe that M4 can be found. At least they would hope so, but we'll have to see. Shake's able to just chill in the pit. Spy Leader able to find that M4 indeed. Anchor with it. Fnatic a little bit more interested in trying to find some more blood. Say hi a few more times. Pepsor taking the entry roll lead for that info. Trying to tap and burst. Spy Leader doesn't connect. Shike's able to take down one. Tries to keep with the flashbang, take Mezzy out. Looking behind, but Mezzy is willing to stare. Calls out the bluff. Takes him down. Trying to save that weapon. Means Fnatic will be up 6-1. Rather good situation that they certainly will be enjoying. Question is what their next move is. What they want to do to try to fight against these things. Handle everything together. It looks like the option is have Spyleader take down Banana. Able to take a contentious duel. The Molly will at least take Alex down in response. Molly will force Hybrid back. He's willing to try to peek over the half wall, just in case anyone tries to push on through, get that info. But has to be back at least for the moment. Looks like they'll do the same, making Shike play the passive arch angle for a push. Hybrid will push aggressive to dodge that grenade. Very deep in Banana now. Looking towards that smoke. There's 2 players here, potentially up to 3. Able to get the response and trade, but he's able to take Mezzy down at least before Poison gets the response. But now Beast just left completely open. All they have to do is head that way, though Fnatic are acting a little bit in reserve or delayed. At least throwing some nades, faking some A control before heading that way towards B. I don't know where any other players are at left in this 3v3. And they're all anchoring towards A, praying they go that way, and they're gonna awaken from a bad nightmare soon enough. And wish they were still sleeping, in fact. As this B site is cleanly taken over, some just rather basic nades. In fact, just a molly on CT, having the bomb thrown across. And just with that, starting to realize it, able to have some decent rotation time, but still have to go for the 3v3 retake here. Players all huddled up. They do have good retake utility. 2 smokes, some flashes, and a molly. Can make some quick work of it. Shike just trying to hold, just expecting a peek to come on through at some time, and he's able to time it correctly, get the read, take down the Poison. Prince is able to find that response. Shike with another to deny. And he just goes for the wide swing, takes the duel against Shike, willing to immediately re-peek onto Niki, but won't matter as things are handled. And Fnatic are able to keep it solid 7-1. solid lead with everything going on, at least for the moment. It's like they won't get moved too much, at least at the moment. Able to keep things rather clean, very solid on their T side as well overall. Been a little bit hit or miss on the banana control, but other than that, it's been fine. And they just rush through mid. Just go for the full disrespect play, and it works perfectly. Krim's able to find the pick on Shike, and that is their key weapon, the AWP, taken out, and even a nade, possibly knocking it away further. Looks like Niki's interested in trying to get it back, playing close to the smoke, and it is denied. Krims is an absolute monster today, destroying players on these wide swing peaks. Hybrid's holding back, able to catch one by surprise, not able to get Mezzi in response, and it's just Spy Leader left. Pepsor's looking for him, just waiting for the right time. Could be caught off guard, but able to catch it in time. Clean 8 for Fnatic. At least clean enough. Be able to fully get up their utility and everything. They will be able to contend with another full buy, but we'll have to see how much they can do with this. Things are certainly looking about just as rough as the last Inferno map. And I'm certainly feeling good, even though on the T side this time around. Will be just as dominant in controlling Pepsor with that initial barrels molly. Try to focus towards some A control. They do have the 3-man setup, but it's all towards short, and they have to immediately fold away towards the site. All his utilities thrown. They might not have information in Pepsor, but that won't matter as Hybrid's more prepared. So a trade is found through the molly of poison. Take one down at least, and Mezzi just wins the duel against Shike. Has looked fairly good on that AWP. Patrick's able to find a response onto Alex, but they have to anchor this A site from Arch. In fact, multiple ways as Poison's now here on short. Just trying to find just the right timing for everything. And the jump just gives himself away, more exposed than he should be. And Nikki pushes up, finds that clean headshot against Krims, and Bate's able to find a second. Able to do a little bit better, gather some rounds. And looks like they call a timeout. They know they want to convert this next one. Need to do something a little bit different. Maybe take a risk. Think about how they can adjust and get more rounds against Fnatic here. Very tall order to ask. Can say that much for certain. Appreciate some of the sprays and graffitis. Crouched on down. Spy Leader stuck with just the FAMAS. Still have Shike with the AWP at least, so that is one thing they have to work with. Question is, what do they want that AWP to do? What are they going to do with it? Looks like he's just going to run and just chill towards A. Going to be doing too much. Could be setting him up for apartments or anywhere really. Actually setting up to boost one towards rifles, but instead it's just a banana rush from Fnatic. Able to rush B. They do line up. Spy Leader is able to find one, and the molly does keep them separated, at least for now. I'm going to throw flashes to contend against it, but he is very fragile here. If they spray more bullets, he could be taken down with ease. I'm just seeing just a very similar setup, just this heavy 3-man stack towards short. Just wanting to go for these raw duels. Just having Patrick boosted up. Potentially starting to hold, but mainly focused on playing anti-flash. Maybe heard a step or two from Krims. Hard to say. Clearly we're trying to go for some A presence here, but the shot's missed from Shike, and he misses the second too, and this A defense falls apart, not able to connect anything. Instead, just Spy Leader left alone on B, and there's this lurk from Alex, able to deny even that little FAMAS from being saved. Fnatic get their 9th, able to deny Bait from getting a 3rd follow-up, even though they were completely set up and prepared. Shots not landing at all. Getting completely caught out, unfortunately for them. Certainly not what they wanted to happen. But is how it occasionally can end up going. As he flashes on through. They are willing to go for these duels, and they're willing to peek even with the SMGs towards mid. Get info of these players here. Could almost bait him into a false sense, but Pepsor's been able to find that opening onto a B player, and he's just going to go further. Prod for more info. Call that it's clear. Scout from Shike's able to find a tag on the Crims, at least. But that means there's a little more to work with. So they just throw some free utility into B, understanding they have full control of this situation. Full control of this bomb site once again. Pepsor confirm it's clear. Not seeing anyone around. And Alex sticks the plant. Patrick won't even give a sound cue away. Poison out of his barrels. Able to tuck. And Hybrid has no idea where he got shot from. Most likely. The barrels works as perfect cover and disguises him. He becomes one with the barrels. Patrick able to find one at least, and Nikki as well. Now it's being low means it gets a little bit more dangerous, but not able to space back. And Poison able to land this ray through the recently bloomed smoke onto Nikki. And Fnatic will get to those double digits. Despite being on the T side this time around, just as dominant. Completely unfazed by the situation. Let's see if there's anything that will change that. They are able to get the full 5 M4A1s. And they're willing to just try to push mid themselves. Able to trade 1-to-1 with Poison. Though Nikki's getting flashed and runs out there before getting traded. Patrick willing to take a risky one individual duel for Krems. Gets taken down. And works well. Trying to hold prepared as he almost takes him down, but Patrick able to win it out, getting that 2-0. They're keeping a fair 2-2 defense. And Fnatic having their 2 T players completely split off at the moment. With that, Pepsor is going to set up to throw that smoke in, try to open up with B. And Alex immediately caught out. He is prepared for the possibility of Spy Leader, but not able to win the duel, so it doesn't work out. Means Fate Esports are able to get a 3rd, doing a what seems like not so great of a job, but they could go up to 5 here, and they are at least doing better than the previous, so that can be something for them to celebrate. Good flashbang, and Poison's just left completely open in the logs, unaware of the barrel's position player. And even able to spam a second Spy Leader completely going off. Now, and they have this short crossfire. There's a little bit of an individual duel, perhaps. Likely the shadow is noted and just given as information by Mezzi, but we'll have to see. Alex tries to land that flip shot, doesn't connect. Playing very patiently now. Stuck in the 5. Krems hard clears that first angle. Could be left completely open to short. Messi's not helping him out here, and he gets completely sprayed down. So Alex is prepared for Spy Leader to go aggressive after the first frag found. And they clear out towards B. Alex and Mezzy put together in this 2v3, trying to execute towards this site. Smoke out, and Nikki not able to find the frag and just gives away his position. But with that information, it's gonna have to start spraying through the smoke. Nade won't be enough to kill, though the spray almost connects. Mezzy barely alive with 6 HP. And the molly's towards the quad position. Neither player standing there at the moment. Needs to be left a little bit more awkward. Alex able to find the first. Patrick able to take down Mezzy, but Alex's position is he is stuck here in dark, and he wide swings into them both. Fate Esports able to find a fourth. Able to at least be somewhat confident against Fnatic so far in the CT half. Making things look a lot better at the least for the next map of Mirage in this best of 3. Though things certainly Fnatic favored overall. As final round of the half, a little bit of a scuffed buy for Fnatic, having a Mac 10s and a Deagle in play. Lower utility. A bit less flexibility, but it's up to Alex trying to handle this aggression from Fate. Getting mollied and naded down. This banana control from Fate is perfect, able to get it every single time. Fnatic unable to respond. Poison's just going to try to flash himself through, able to grab that AK, even molly them off, and Fate's going to give that map control mostly. A bit of molly. Looks like they want to contest it. Poison will get the punish and deny, and the molly means Patrick is stuck here in this position. They're aware of it. Tesla with the first peek. He's left in the molly, able to find a double before taken out. Keep it in a favorable situation, and Crims is looking for a pit player that doesn't exist, but able to catch Shike rotating around, expecting him on the balcony, just catch the advantageous timing, though Hybrid is prepared. And both these players are, interestingly enough, rotating towards A. And important for Mezzy to give no sound cues here if he wants the best chance possible. But his back's going to be left completely open as Hybrid peeks out and able to get 5 rounds, and Fate Esports able to get the 5 rounds on that half. That goes rather well for them. So, timing, wait. And honestly, I think you just don't get JKS and Device, just get JKS and Poison. If you have to get 2 entirely different players for the team, there's your Opera Rifle duo. To be honest, Pepsor's been holding his own pretty well. Just being a solid standard performer, being able to hold up for the team. And Poison's been able to do what Poison does best. And be an absolute star in multiple regards. Like Fate's plays, they're slowly creeping up apartments, and they have a deep smoke going to be thrown by Spy Leader to help them out. They wait towards the pit, but they leave the mid players completely open to Poison, able to find that double, just showing that value. Though they do give up the bomb site itself, letting it get down. See if they're able to find some trades, but struggling to break into it, and it's left to a 1v1. Poison with the important frag find, and he does get it with the 4K to seal it and get that pistol run for Fnatic. He is a fantastic player in LAN in all scenarios. Been proven time and time again on multiple teams throughout the past. Things looking good for Fnatic, if not in part due to Poison being the top frag on the team, even in fact. 18-6 at the moment. Completely destroying Fate Esports, at least individually, throughout the match so far. Fade Esports having to respond, going for the deco. Eagles in play, a little bit of money saved. They're just going for that info, just in case. Double molly towards Logs, just trying to keep that banana under wraps. Working rather well. It's forcing them towards second mid. Trying to lean towards this A site. Whether they'd like to or not. Able to smoke off Arch at least. Forcing more counter utility out. And Messi just pushes through, takes down one, and immediately books it out of there. Doesn't want to get caught, rushed down by pistols. And in fact, will be denied a little bit of peeking from Shike to get info if there's anyone there. Maybe caught a glimpse of Alex just going for that passive info, but other than that, things left rather clean. As Poison finds another double. Anchoring from Arch, though Spy will be able to get the opening into the A site, though has to deal with Pit. And instead walks back, Poison to find another, despite the 2 HP. Last Shite, and Alex is just here, remaining as the solo anchor, just in case, able to take him down. Fnatic up 12-5. And another clean game from them so far, looks like. Have to ask yourself, what can Fate do? They have plenty of timeouts available. Try to adjust, think about what's going on. But just not able to crack through. Struggling with this banana control. They're able to defend it on their own rather well, but not able to get it. Back to just Messi pass with an MP9. A lot of space given towards banana. To see how Fate decide to adjust towards that, though focused mostly towards apartments right this second. Poison once again anchoring Arch with this M4, not the AWP even. Not worried about trying to get it out yet. So Poison showing a decent bit of comfort with the A1S. That flashbang could cause some trouble. So he will immediately go back off of it. Trust that they're pushing on through. And anchor towards a close anti-flash position to punish them. They try to push through that smoke. This execute utility getting on through. He does boost himself up. And they have 3 players towards this B site. Only the single AK. It's going to be up the hybrid here. And the Molotov is perfect. They're able to take hybrid down and find some additional tag damage. As this Poison once again pushing on through to just find all the frags. Another 4K for Poison. Ripping into Fate Esports, getting all of the frags. 25-6 in regulation right now. Considering he hasn't been playing much in recent events and tournaments as well. This is a brilliant showing from him. That he's definitely hungry and still in form. Definitely a question of where he'll end up, but that'll be a question for another day. For right now, he is helping out Fnatic. Would be rather good at that. Until that round, Shike is able to find the double. I think he's trying to take the duel against Alex, bringing him down to 12. And it's a quick 2-0 opening for Fate, able to turn things a bit. Punish the complete mid-aggression. Fnatic getting a little bit too confident. And causing all the utility to be handed over to Mezzi to help out with B. So he does a very interesting flash. That flash does indicate they just got that car position, so that smoke was a little unneeded. A minute left, and there's going to be no info about that smoke being thrown CT, so if they don't happen to go towards that B site, there'll be no knowledge of it. That would be the first to take that opening onto Shike, get a little bit of revenge, and they're leaning towards the A site, which is a complete trap. Hybrid is able to find that frag though in process. Flashbang is perfect, dropped on through, and it's Alex left 1v3, or 1v4 rather, able to find 2 and some good damage, but Nikki will finally take him down. Fate Esports with 6. And Fnatic left with Weak around, likely some pistols be handed on over from Poison. Or if he's feeling good enough, might just buy a weapon for himself. Or just buy weapons for the team. As they're just turning this into a full buy situation, handing him that AWP. As he left the weakest with an MP9, though it looks like Alex will take it instead. A little bit of a mess throwing all the utility around, trying to coordinate. Just wants to rush up hard, able to take up that first duel and hybrid to completely trade with him and take down Pepsor. And they've gotten this A site for free, and this force is just falling apart for Fnatic, not able to get anything. As their two main players for this A site, Pepsor and Crims, get taken down by Macton and Galil. Better weapons not even having to tune in. So these stolen M4s are also being used in play by Fate, saving a good bit of money in the process. Inky trying to spam some shots, not able to connect any. But at least shows awareness of the shoulder shown. Looks like they're not too interested in trying to take down these remaining players. Just hold towards Banana, deny them from moving back any further. And looks like this Alex jumping on Poison. Not entirely sure what that's about. Maybe thinking about a run boost, who knows? We're just assuming they're safe and just having a good old time. Still, everything said, Fate being a bit more competitive. Able to get 7 rounds at the moment. Poison anchored up towards B. Willing to flash on forward, gets info. There's a lot of players here. And denying the push, Alex is able to find one. Though they have some pistols in play, Pepsor is able to pick up and upgrade. Get the trade. The problem is there's no one else on this A site. So Strike's able to get that plant. Hybrid spams, gets one through the smoke. Patrick taking one down as well, and it's another save given away. Fnatic just have to hold on to these 2 remaining weapons. As Fate are able to get another round up to 8 now. Able to keep things together rather well. Poison able to take at least an off shot. Tried to deny one from saving. An interesting position towards T-spawn to try to hold on to. Let's see what the move is next from them. Trying to think about or possibly find a player just spamming some various mags, not able to find much. Feels like just a waiting game, at least for now. So it's always a little bit of a mystery. Still able to get another full buy up. Back in a little bit better of a shape this time around. Looks like it'll be a lot of heavy banana control, able to get some good damage in, but Mets does have the sandbags position, able to win out the duel, find that frag. Creep on forward, Poison waiting for the balcony push, not seeing one come on in. Having to worry about other positions now. Relying on Pepsor to help him out with this balcony initially, but fails to do so. Player's drop means that he has to hold close here, just trying to keep himself safe. Position, able to get back, find that first, tries to peek on out, finds second, response denied. Mezzi able to find one. Nicky to find the trade, 2v2 situation. Able to safely get that bomb down up to Shike and Boiler to give this important afterplant position. Crims walking right by him, no knowledge of this. This thing's very dangerous indeed. He will try to lurk around Arch. Could catch Alex as he pushes onto the site. Bomb isn't planted for it. It's only planted for Nikki. And he should have seen the shoulder of the player, but instead it'll be Nikki to find that initial pick. And Crim's just left in an unplayable situation. Tried to run to save the weapon in the corner. Doesn't work out, though. And it'll be 2 weapons saved. Fate Esports on a little bit of a streak now here on this CT side. Or T side against Fnatic. And having a rather good showing at it. Surprised to see little to respond with, at least for now. So pause does come on out. Likely from Fnatic. Fate about to get into double digits, only 4 rounds behind them right now. Starting to make this Inferno look a little bit concerning and actually giving them a run for their money. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure, but had to take a guess it would be towards Fnatic, but if it is, it's still a technical timeout regardless, so just a bit on pause to wait to figure out what's going on. Bit on hold. But I mean, the pressure is on Fnatic now. Certainly having that favor, able to come in, expecting to fail on the very first match in the round of 16, and succeeding in flying colors, just able to completely take down Wisla. And now with Fate being the one, surprisingly, to give a lot of pressure, it's a bit of a question to try to adjust, especially with Poison having such a ludicrous game. 27 frags in the moment, going for 30 within regulation. But a lot of the other players on Fnatic not as loud at the moment. Perhaps are holding down a little. Meanwhile, Fate being a bit average all the way around. Patrick getting some key frags, while Spy Leader has been able to find some impactful frags, but overall negative at least. This is looking rather great. Going into Mirage, they should have a good chance to get it to the 3rd and show their brilliance on Overpass as well. Though everything can be a little bit just hands up, so up C. Poison's willing to take these very aggressive deep mid lanes. And Alex with a perfect off angle, able to not miss the HE and get that initial pick. And the scuffed buy from Fnatic, mostly with just pistols and a single rifle, been able to bring it down. And with it, Pepsor was able to find 2 deagle shots onto 1 and a frag as well, leaving it 2v2. Though heavy damage on Mezzy and Alex. Leave this a little bit more challenging. As well as those double nades, find a little bit more damage. Hybrid just doing this very deep, safe pit angle. Mezzy's aware of it, but not able to win and land the shot. And even with all the utility given away, Alex still focused towards that short position. Hybrid's able to take him down. Fate with a good recovery. Able to get now into double digits. Now this is where there's probably a bit more panic. Fate Esports 100% calling a tactical timeout. See what the move is. No, Fnatic's likely on a buy this round. Need to think about how they want to play to make sure they convert this one. They've been able to deny Fnatic for a fair streak right now. That being the case means very good flexibility to be able to play around with. That AK shows in the ground, finally picked up by Shike. With it, just interested towards a second mid lane early. Poison having used that M4 once again. Been very solid on it overall. So worth keeping that in mind. With it, Nicki's trying to get that second mid smoke off. Bottom banana, able to keep that strong control without having to use much utility so far. They are able to get apartments on the other hand, but Fnatic are leaning a lot more towards A here with the struggling so far players, setting up Crims towards this cubby that's been rather successful. Just try to keep additional players here. They've been pretty predictable with when they have gone B so far. They're starting to try to play around that. Throw Molly, give some space, let Crims throw the utility, and allow a rotation from Alex to help out Mezzy. A lot more of a familiar setup overall. And then just single little bits of utility, trying to fake on out. Push on through, and Crims is able to find the first. Not able to find anything more to follow up with. But dropping on down, doubled up in the pit, able to take down the first and the second while falling. Take Poison down as well. Rather bit of a shock. I think a step might have been heard there. Be up to Alex on the retake here against, as Mezzy has been tagged down to 57. And the shot's all but confirmed. The heavy tag damage being presented through. We have no nades to work with, though an opening given up through Boiler. Alex trying to peek on out. That flashbang will give info. And it's a trade given. Nicki just trying to hold towards this position. And he just going to stick towards that bomb, but he actually lets go of it, which means he can't get this clutch. Just having to go for this duel, which Nicki will win out. Fate up to 11 now. And there's just no response coming on through. Just an absolute struggle. And I'm not sure if this is what they wanted to see, as Fnatic now only 2 rounds ahead. Handing a scout to Crims. A little bit of a wild move. And otherwise just Eagles left on the save, having to give 12 to Fate. Unless they can steal this away. Holding a little bit, assuming there's one towards pit, but instead it'll be just bottom mid, where the peak will be presented. Nade will perfectly land on Nicki, and Mezzy's found a double with the Deagle. Just able to find some openings, 5v3 now. Walking on up. Looks like they'll want to lean towards B. Try to take down these players. Nicki holding the angle close. Able to get that info. Trying to throw double nades there. Brings Mezzy so low, but he's not dead. 13 HP. And he does get cleared out just at the last second by Shike. All these players now rotating. Good spam from Nicki onto Poison. Left 3 on 4. Trying to swing out here. Able to deny Alex, but Crims is able to follow up, get that trade with that scout. And in fact, Nicki's tagged as well. Crims missing that shot, though. Could be a bit of a problem. He's playing this deep angle. Nicki's playing safe. Poison has to wide swing this, and it's a clean headshot. Nicki able to close that round, get a couple of frags. Good 3K. Get Fate to 12, though Fnatic was able to cause a little bit of trouble, wasn't able to follow it up and keep that advantage in their favor, at least for now. That is just how it can be at times. Certainly unfortunate for them. Pop life for Shike, opening them up, and it's a perfect flashbang on the Poison. Won't stop him from re-peeking. Getting a double tag on the shoulders. And he knows they're close a little bit too wide on the swing, only able to get one, and Patrick gets the double in response. Starting to turn this game around, and Nicki's prepared as they try to push bottom banana behind, but instead it's now Mezzy left in a 1v3, left with the solo M4, bomb being planted on the A site, not much to do. And now we have just Fate Esports fully in control of the later stages of the second half, and have to see if Fnatic can find some way to recover at the end. This Inferno might start to be stolen away as Fate's been able to start finding answers to Fnatic, and they haven't been able to adjust, at least as of now. Bit of a nightmare situation, just stuck at 13. Fate are now able to even up the score line. So it has been a solid 8 rounds in a row that Fate have been able to present themselves with. Will cause Fnatic to have their own timeout. Certainly want to find a way to adjust here. A little bit too unhappy with the situation. Trying to think of what the next move is. Appreciate the lovely little fountain fish. Relaxing and enjoying the time. Fnatic are certainly not relaxed at this point. What looked like just another dominant game, just another Inferno they're going to blow through, get that map 1 up, is now becoming quite a concern. Fate are looking to try to take it away from them, maybe even deny Fnatic's chances from getting the guaranteed turn-in qualification and being the ones having to fight for that last 5th place spot. Yeah, and once again, just a P250, 2 Deagles. Just weak weaponry all around. Able to get some good control. It's Mezzy and Alex once again. But they've been just struggling to hold up on A. Not able to find anything. Crims once again with that scout, wanting to try to find some more potential, but he left clear from the moment. They certainly figure out Alex's position, and he's unable to find anything. As he's at least able to find a trade onto 1, trying to rely off of this off angle on barrels to get a second, potentially, if they decide to keep pushing that way. It's good off angle, and he ends up finding a double and the bomb off of it. That causes immediate underpass rotation from the 2 remaining players. And Mezzy with the 3K to completely turn things around once again. Things aren't over yet, though. Those 2 healthy AKs immediately turn to 1. That scout shot from Crims could be essential here. There might even be a gap here at CT. They want to rotate, but Poison instead catches that bomb carrier rotating, picks up the AK. Crims trying to find that remaining player, get that upgrade, steal those weapons, save that economy. And Fnatic take 14 away from minor misplay in Banana lining up and just able to get picks playing off of Alex, I believe. Getting mollied off with that Deagle. Turned a bad situation into a fantastic one for them. Let's see, able to buy up on most players. Just Shike left with the Mac 10. Otherwise left with rather intact. It's just double heavy nades coming in. And it's just up to Alex and Mezzy, able to find 2 each. But Poison's been able to run back meanwhile. And find one, leaving it to a 2v2. Trying to get across. And just left in the open, trying to throw a smoke that does not connect. Nicki has to grab this bomb, left 1v2. Able to get into this bomb site, sticking the plant. Not necessarily a safe one. But will have the space to start to walk away. Concerned about Banana. Currently on a timer as both those players are pushing from ruins. He needs to get into cover. Might have missed Crims, not seen him in the peripheral. Though that Molly will certainly confirm it, and Crims can just stick this defuse here. There is a smoke on the bottom. Be able to get the first. Crims will deny him the second. And Fnatic, just as their opponents break it even, able to get quickly to 15. And get another breath, able to breathe, have the chance to be able to close things out. Have that first map lead. So things are left with a few question marks. Things certainly Fnatic favored at this point. And Alex already deep mid. I don't think they have any information of this. He's just going to be able to put an end to things. Able to find the first. Almost whiffs, but able to find that double. And even smokes, but a little bit unprepared for Shike able to get that trade. But doesn't matter as Pepsor will take down Patrick. And Molly's towards second mid. Means it's a 4v2 for Fate Esports has to clutch. Certainly not one in their favor. It'll be messy to deal with first, and on the first, almost take down the second as well. He with just 9 HP, holding the bomb in his hands, and Fnatic will cleanly take it there, 16-13, and be able to resolve and get that first map up in this series. And the next Mirage could be very interesting. We'll have to see if Fate can bring us to a third map there, keep things competitive. But they have shown to be rather good, almost stealing away Inferno from Fnatic with these stand-ins. Showing a rather good contention versus rather than Wisla Krakow, which was expected to take Fnatic down and surprisingly ended up dominant the other way around. So we'll have to see what they can do on that second map of their own choice of Mirage in just a few moments. up this second game. You can see Fate giving a rather good contest, being able to go up 13 against Fnatic with the final scoreline of 16-13, of course, on that first map of Inferno, Fnatic's choice. So now Fate get to possibly start playing on their own terms, going with Mirage. It's going to be interesting to see how they want to handle that, as that's going to be another map where Poison, which has been absolutely insane all day so far, is going to be able to turn on and show up once again, and with it being such an op-heavy map, it's going to be interesting to keep that in mind. But again, got this weird knife thing going on so far with the current format, even though it's best of 3. Though that said, Fate did win the first one. Have to wait for that. But it's just worth keeping that in mind. Poison with this massive impact so far with the AWP. Likely set up to just, even with the M4, be interesting to see if they can just keep that on up all the way through. As this is the key match if they want to move on to the RMR. This is just the one they have to win. They don't have to go any further after this quarterfinal, though it would be good. I believe it would lead to a better seed, things like that. They aren't necessarily threatened into it, at least. They're just fighting for Fate for that spot. Otherwise, will be left in a decider bracket with far more stress put into it. Be very difficult for them. Looks like we'll have a restart for Alex, at least. So we will be seeing Fnatic start on the T side once again on both these maps now. And the question is how they want to handle things. Just a little bit essentially left in the back foot, even though they massively led on their T side on Inferno. Certainly can't imagine them being too happy about being put onto this once again. Not the dream situation. So always the stalling with the pauses and all. Though we can see a little bit of purchasing starting to go through. Patrick with the diffuse smoke and utility. Other than that, another smoke flash on Alex. The opposing, and otherwise just armor all around. Just going to see standard Glocks, USPs, no 50s, no dualies being brought out. Except for the one on Poison, actually missed that, being given over by Alex. Understanding how amazing he's been so far, once given that opportunity. Just peek out for that mid control. See, things are pretty clear right now. Throw solo execute utility, and there's a push towards ramp, but Alex is able to punish it. Steal a USP while solo executing with that utility. Able to hold on through, but Check's able to find a couple. Though that won't stop Poison from being able to find that first headshot. Looking for the second, just bodying down Shike, and the third of Hybrid. Getting peeked onto, safe bomb plant. Poison just going for that shoulder peek. And able to find that clean headshot. 3 frags for Poison. Off to an amazing start once again against Fate Esports here. Fnatic 1 map away from being able to confirm themselves in the RMR. Looks like we do have a little bit of a smoke left in spawn. And it's still being kept there. Absolute waste of utility. And a waste of money as 3 go down mid with only 2 in response, even though it's only pistols in play on the CT side. And it's only Pepsor left 1v3. The rookie in the team, put in a difficult clutch situation, just bombed down on Catwalk as they did not respect Fate at all in this round and got completely punished for it. Pepsor does have a minute 10. Can grab that bomb and just dart to the A-bomb site. Will likely run into the entire opposition first. Taking a rather safe route to get there. Question is, does he want to peek for any info inside jungle first, or let's just go through Khan? Looks like he's more interested in the jungle. Take this duel and win it against Hybrid. Does lose half his HP. This duel against Nikki, that will likely be the most important one. So able to play it and clear out Shike, but not able to win the fight, though prepared for it. And Fate Esports completely steal the second round, just giving away as a freebie through a complete slugfest mid. Started up with Crims with little support to trade and just being given an individual duel, getting completely punished for it. Not entirely sure what the move was from Fnatic there. A very sloppy second round. Clearly not respecting the opponent after the 16-13 previous match. As much as they should be, and now just left with Deagles. When they could have been up 2-0. Spy will be able to find one, but they already found space into this bomb site. Messi not able to connect the Deagle. Clean Tech 9 shots, Pepsor only able to find the one, and bomb plant will be denied as nothing else is found. Fate Esports able to successfully convert that round means Fnatic are just left in a full save situation. Not sure what they're going to do with that. But a way to waste winning that first pistol round, for sure. So they're now going to have to go down 1-3. With this situation being the case, just something that should never be the case in this situation, but here we are. Spiders are dropping down and able to peek into all of them. Loses a little bit of control of the spray and not able to finish it up, though that M4 will be nice and safely secured. Pick up by Shike. And Hybrid with this AK will be able to close out these last remaining two with ease. No bomb plant. Fate Esports clean 3 of 1. Fnatic just now being able to get the buy-in and still might be missing a little bit of utility on the way. But still utility favor for Fate on top of weaponry, except for Hybrid sticking with the MP9. Though that'll just restrict the ranges. Can still be just as effective with it. Been able to see some fantastic MP9 plays from Fnatic at least so far. And it'll be Shike able to just burn through the molly and get that first initial pick. As Patrick finds a second onto Alex. So Crims will at least be able to find a little bit of a response. It won't be for free. It won't stop Messi from just pushing through the smoke, able to find a good timing. So certainly won't be ready for the player in default to just swing on him, take him out for free as Shike finds the second, taking out the remaining player Crims, and it'll be Fate up 4-1 on Fnatic. And the question is, what are they going to do? As they are going to be able to get a half buyout, but Fate seems fully in control of the CT side of their map pick of Mirage so far. Just nothing coming on out. Just aren't able to find anything for themselves. And it's Messi with an opening, able to find one, almost a second, but getting mollied off now. little bit of space to work with. A second. Now this A site's fully in their control. Spy leader's been taken down as well. Crim's just lurking in the underpass. Playing passive. They have no way to get this bomb down, though. Block shotted 2. A little bit of chip damage. Messi running all the way back just to grab that bomb. And traded damage. Hybrid able to keep it with 36, but Alex able to come in with that trade with the stolen M4. Problem is that bomb on Messi is just now coming on in. And he misses the flick onto him. Try to go for the shot through. Doesn't connect, though does land a little bit onto Alex. 2v4. Brought into a 2v3. And spam that ramp position. Aware of these players' locations. Getting slightly tagged on down, and then this is where the Thorn comes on in. Crim's just slowly lurking from behind. But they aren't just stopping him from the defuse, and he gets it! Messi gets the knife at the end, but not before the defuse comes on through. Crim's deciding not to focus on the one defusing the bomb, but the player in the open, rather. And it means that bomb will be defused, and Fate keep the lead up 5-1. And this is a bit of an issue. Not entirely sure what the plan is for Fnatic, but they certainly don't have the money to work with overall. Of course, they'll be able to get another buy-in due to the loss bonus and everything else at this point, but that's about all they have to work with. So the rounds just aren't favoring them. Of course, ideally, they'd be starting on the CT side, but still, that said, they have completely thrown away 2 rounds now at this point. Just given Fate a massive lead. To be fair, that HE I think was like an extra nade that I don't think anyone could have carried at the time. And considering how good the first map was initially up until the end, and how good they are even right now, able to find that initial pick on the spy, forcing a risk to be made, trying to push aggressive and ramp. They'll be able to find some info, but it means it'll also be an opening for Messi to get a free pick from Palace. So they split onto A. They don't have a smoke for Catwalk. Shite could just peek this with the op at any time, take down maybe even the bomb carrier, call out that info. Do swing, and as that molly comes out, that's the bomb carrier taken down. They got to go pick it back up. And Nikki able to stall on this bomb site, gets flashed. And even taken down by Krems, going aggressive, getting on top of triple to see over ticket. And they will be able to recover. Looks like they'll be able to steal one away of their own, possibly. But Patrick is waiting for more. But goes for the player not facing him first and leaves his head open to be taken down. Pepsor able to successfully land that trade. Shike's position's known. He's able to bait the shot out of him. Pepsor now just focused on trying to deny the exit. Though will be called off from trying to go for that peek. Knows it's a bad idea. Let him just save that AWP. And Fnatic at least get around their own, though not in the best fashion. Though means they have good money with the loss bonus going into it and then the round win after. Means they will have the cash compensated. Which will be one of the things they're looking for, at least. It won't be enough to stop Fate from being able to have a buy-in. It'd be ideal if Fnatic can get 2 continuous in a row. They need to successfully win the fights for that. Spy's interested in pushing on up, currently positioned known by Alex, but apparently not. Spy's able to get that first frag. Patrick left in a dangerous position. 3 players potentially surrounding him. As that smoke starts to fade, Patrick just crouches across. I'm not sure if Crims is aware of him. Time was just perfect. Neither players are aware of each other, but he finds just the perfect time to clear him out safely. Patrick left completely blind on the ladder, but just able to stay in this dark position. Completely unknown. Pepsor is able to hard clear it out, but brought down to 9 HP. Now it's just him and Mezzy together on this A bomb site. Shike missing the blind fire shot, but it just causes Mezzy to go back. 50 seconds left. They have to dedicate to this with how on set there are. Looks like there is a gap that Mezzy's trying to look through and find one, but it's just not happening. And Spy Leader is already here to listen if they were going on some sort of flank or trying to do anything really. So these players can just stay focused on this A site, and Shike with the crosshairs on the healthier player and Mezzy's a nightmare too. Even lands the flick at just as he moves his crosshair off. Pepsor does land a good headshot to take Shike down, but Niki immediately with that trade picks back up that AWP, and Fnatic back on the lower foot. Enough money that they will be able to handle weapons, get another full buy-in, so I'm not entirely sure how much that will really benefit them going into this. So they just haven't been having a good time. Spy Leader, fortunately, whiffing all that initial damage, trying to find it through Nest. Spamming through the smoke. He's able to catch Alex off guard. Because this is a completely different showing on the first half and the first just 2 maps they've played today so far. They've looked like a dominant, coordinated team, respectful of the tier 1 name despite the stand-ins, showing good form. And then now overall they've been a bit of a mess. Crims looks like he wants to get them out of it, aware of the idea that someone's currently towards ticket. Certainly after almost losing Inferno, looking like they've almost lost their form. And this Mirage has had some very blatant general mistakes executed so far. Should not happen in play, stand-in or not. Almost another one potentially there. Wasn't for the clean headshot from Pepsor. Been a bomb denied in an awkward situation there. Firebox cleared out. Crims has this full jungle control. Likely will go on the lurk as the Palace player's been denied. Spade's been sealed away, and Crims will get them both lined up. Solid double headshots, and able to get their third. Don't need to be completely dominant. Shouldn't be expected to win on their T side on Mirage, of course. Looking to have 6 or 7 rounds, but just the way they've started this off is rather rough, so it's good to see that they might be getting back into it. I'll have to wait and see a little bit longer. Cat and Nest Smoke. With some early B control. Cat push as Fate are stuck on the pistols. Money finally has been taken down. Not as much to work with. See Alex mostly focused towards mid for some info right now. Not taking any risky solo plays. Seems like they're talking about where to go. A little bit unsure. Shifting back and forth. Looks like they're deciding to try to focus on some mid control. Flashbang perfectly timed. Stop Spy Leader from starting to peek on out. And finding the bomb, in fact, with that initial pick. Pepsor wants to try to peek out, but instead has to molly. Both those players are just completely leaving B. They got the info. They've almost taken 2 players down. Similar situation, both Patrick and Alex low on HP. Both these M4s in connector. Hybrid crouching here, finding that headshot. Down poison. Pepsor's position is now realized. And he's able to find the double off of it. Question is that this aggression from Patrick can catch him off guard with the off angle as Strike handles the other 2, and the answer is yes to both. And Fate continue to maintain the lead, 7-3. Fnatic getting cut short at just the last moment. A good play to recover it and make it competitive from the rookie Pepsor. Won't be able to take away the round. Though money is still a little bit weak on Fate in comparison. And Spy Leader caught out in the open early, so that's an easy man advantage given away to Fnatic. Certainly something they want, even setting up a pop flash to go cat. So there is an open window here to creep into ladder room, but that's exactly what they're expecting, at least for now. Being cautious about. Alex sets up, throws some utility, help on out. Krem's just focused on keeping the ladder room in control, able to get this pick and even the double turnaround. Smokes off the mid vision, and they have a free way to roll into this B bomb site. An easy plant, no way for Fate to contend. And a full minute to work with means no time pressure. And keeps things rather safe. As Fate have to try to find their way out of this to try to save these 2 rifles for the next. Rounds start to flip back and forth, and it'll really drain that CT economy. Be one of the key factors that'll let Fnatic back into this first half, despite all the mistakes given initially so far. Won't cost nearly the same amount. But looks like they'll be rather safe with the rifles at least. Players are very far away from either of the remaining 2. They even mollied themselves off of ramp, so all good there. And with that, they should be able to go for a buy if they would like. Be a little bit messy. But the preserved weapons could be enough, or even just some pistols to work with. They've stolen rounds with less to work with. But a scout for Shrike, Moss and Deagle for hybrid. It's going to be their game plan to work with. Willing to push under early, risk that. Immediately gives it up though. Not able to find the initial pick with the player off guard. Have no info that B is completely open right now. Start throwing mollies and other utility. Trying to keep players loyal towards that B bomb site. Have hybrid just holding dark with the Deagle. In the more dangerous positions, so you can still body people down with it. From mid clear, they don't know where these players are. It's a bit of a puzzle that they got to piece together. Deep smoke towards Khan will certainly help with that. Trying to feign some pressure towards A, though setting up towards B. Except there's one small problem. Spy Leader's towards top mid with the FAMAS and able to catch a player in the open. The apartments route Pepsor is in is completely open right now and has a limited amount of time, though Spy Leader decides to keep his knife out for some reason there.
Bomb has been planted.
Means it's a 3v4. Not going to be much they can do this time around. A little bit of an impossible retake situation. State keeping the knife out, not able to contest with the FAMAS. And looks like Poison's able to opt down Shike with that scout. Was able to get the tag on him, but not the frag. Wiring the headshot there, and Patrick's just sort of stuck here in CT. Just trying to passively able to catch the first with a peek off guard. There's other to worry about. Just gonna crouch under ticket and hope he holds on to it, and will. Though now certainly a different situation. Fnatic with 5, able to start recovering, properly breaking that Fate esports economy. Able to start finding their way into this. See that recovery made. The molly's good, but it still pushed through. Patrick whips the spray, but is able to get out unpunished. The info is enough to work with. Fnatic immediately lean towards this A site, setting up. Possibly trying to execute rather early into this site. Just at a minute 20. Happy with the player at chair. It's a late flank, though there's multiple players ready to deny that position from any impact. It's only this single AK on Patrick. The full body execute play is what they want to look for here. And they find some good damage on the Pepsor, but not enough to take him out. Molly does go to Firebox. And they clear out these USPs just fine. Pepsor taps down these AK, and Hybrid's left a 1v4. Deal with a situation he shouldn't be able to respond with. And is just sort of standing there. Think someone from Fnatic would try to clear it out, or I guess they are at least somewhat holding it. And Hybrid slightly misses the shot. Poison's able to be clean with that op once again. Starting to recover from that initial scoreline deficit. Pepsor is the one eating up the frags early here up on Mirage. Good to see Fnatic recovering it, considering the major round conversions that they have failed to achieve so far. Able to recover from the weight that it might have on them. Feeling like some rather obvious blunders. Fate Esports reliably getting this aggressive mid-control. They just happen to not keep it, give it up. Let Fnatic take it back. Just has to give it up. Hybrid unprepared for the drop down. And swings wide, though finding a frag in the process into Poison. Leaving a 2-on-3, and Poison quick on the trigger, able to deny that flick across. And Patrick certainly heard hit by the molly. And another molly and HE grenade thrown that direction. His jump across and save. Fnatic able to break it even 7-7 from what was an absolute nightmare of a first half. Unable to find anything to work with. With that, able to run away. Goes towards ramp. Crims is starting a bit of the hunt. Won't be anywhere near close enough to the right location to guess out. Though at least means Fnatic still has a chance to actually end up with the lead. Miraculously. MP9, FAMAS. decent weaponry all around with Fate. Good enough for them, though not good enough for the last couple of rounds to be able to contend with Fnatic. Maybe just investing all this utility on mid just to give it up a little bit later. It's been a bit of a downfall for them. Spending a bit less and just focusing on holding the position. Working a lot better this time around. Spy Leader able to get that initial pick onto Mezzy. Fox is swinging across, trying to find that opening. And hopefully be ready for Nikki. Takes Alex down with a clean headshot. And we got Hybrid having his victims mollied off just for the moment. Just salivating at the opportunity to hold down Mouse 1 and spray down all three of these players. The poison is scoped in, holding it. Very patient about this angle, and Crims is ready for it. Able to clear it out perfectly. Sword out. And Spy Leader's willing to go through, try to catch timing through the molly, but doesn't win it out from that. And Nikki is able to connect, convert one, but peeks right into poison with that AWP. And a failed flick. And it's just the M4 left on Patrick, which will be denied by Pepsor as well, leaving Fnatic in the lead with an 8-7 half. Going into what should be the more favorable CT side. Poison starting to turn back on up. As well with a good initial performance from Pepsor, up 16-10 currently. Well, as Karem's doing decent at a solid 11-8. Oh, Fate. Horn pistol. Alex is walking to peek for the info. And looked like he might have been ready for it, but just a bit off, and Spy is able to take him down. Poison likely seeing the shoulder of Patrick while going for the jump there. They're aware that they're going towards A with this, but they're not prepared for Nick. He's so clean with this Glock, able to take down both Crims and Poison. Mezzy the only one to find a response so far, but that's the bomb carrier as Pepsor tunes on in to help on out. And rotations through CT meanwhile. So we're both anchoring the bomb from. Not sure if there's any utility to be able to grab as the smoke's been stolen by Hybrid. As he's just trying to peek for this info, and they basically have this two-man swing setup. All they need to do is just land a one-chain block headshot, and it will be on Nikki to do it. Solid 2K from both him and Hybrid. We'll get 2 each to keep this game even. Now the question is if they can convert successfully the second round and not blunder it in the same way Fnatic did on the first half. That is a bit of a concern. Fnatic will force into it for the most part, just poison saving money. For the AWP, of course. It's already good damage onto Spy and Nikki. Could be a bit of problems now. There's a Scout and Deagle here. Crims can land some tags. It'll be easy for Mezzy to follow up. Spy tries to focus on some control. And that'll be another second tag. Though Shike will be able to get a clean headshot with that Galil in response. It's still 2 players tagged. Hooked up and ready to be finished. To a lovely stew. Up to that Eagle of Mezzy, but he finds nothing. Instead it'll be Poison, also with that Scout, able to at least find one. Though it is 2v4. Still, both of these heavily tagged players still intact. So they might be setting up to boost one in ladder room. Or actually just failing the cat jump and deciding to play passive, not trying to go for this round, willing to give it up. No idea about the HP on Fate and how weak they are currently. Such a close round from Fnatic turning it this way, but Fate will successfully convert. One just now creeps into that ladder room. And a clean headshot from Alex. HP benefit won't even matter. And the other three just chill in the back alley. As it's a UMP and 2 Deagles for a Fnatic. They can try to toss some of that around, but overall they have to save their money for now. Not able to invest too much. See how they can flex, try to adjust. Fate Esports was able to do what they could not and successfully convert the second round. Keep things together. It looks like they're just interested in going towards B as a pack. Will make it very demanding for Messi, especially missing the first shots. Not able to find anything at the end of the day. Alex next to try to tune in with that deagle. They're just completely locked up. 3v5. No way to really find anything here. Poison might be unprepared for the top mid player taken down by Nikki. They just don't have a way to even get an opening in, and it's easy denied. Hybrid taking him down. Patrick just slow walking through the smoke with the MAC-10, casually coming to collect that bonus 600 into his wallet. That being so beautiful and clean for them. Means that Fate Esports up 10-8. First time they truly have the complete lead against Fnatic in this series so far. Likely something they're hoping to keep, though Alex will be able to deny it for now. Able to nade with damage for poison. Take down Spy. Pepper with a beautiful pre-fire spray in the smoke. Just taking down Hybrid. And Peak and just continuing to spam it in case anyone else dares take his place. As he set up with the solid boost position to hold first window on B. Patrick just now actually wanting to go for this engagement, able to take Pepsor down, get revenge, though Dink down to 9. And there's just no map control for these two remaining Fate players. Fnatic position for 9. The up to Shike to make a miracle happen here. So far appears to be too tall of an order. He's being peeked by 2. Won't be able to find either. Patrick left. Able to find the first. A nice clean shot onto Poison. Likely won't be much more to go with that. So that bomb is left down. Bottom connector. 30 seconds left. And he in fact just tries to throw away that op. Go for some collateral damage. Sound certainly heard, and he looked away, and Alex will be able to find that pick from CT. Realizes that op's been long gone. Poison won't mind. He'll just grab an M4 and just spray down instead of having the point and click adventure. Fate call a timeout. Fnatic could tie things up here, get the momentum for a lead. Do have the CT side on Mirage, have a chance to 2-0 them here. Don't want to give that away so easily. Though certainly easier said than done. Now it's finished, able to buy full util and AKs on the mark. Well, just the classic A1s, no AUGs, no AWPs, no scopes to be found of any kind. Poison deep molly towards ramp. Just trying to help out with mid. Despite the early utility, Pepsor is unprepared, gets taken down by Shake. The HEs are good. Alex saves Poison from death, so Shike will just spray him through the wood, require Alex to find that immediate trade to respond and get revenge, leaving things to a 3v3. Fate are concerned about someone pushing B. But are overall dedicated towards this A site still. Leaning towards that direction. Just trying to slowly contact their way through. Could give them an opening as Fnatic's just rotating back to this bomb site. This will be the initial peek against the jungle players. Which Spy will be able to win out, try to throw a smoke, give some space, allow the bomb to get planted. And Mezzy will unfortunately focus on the everyone but who can fire back at him, and Krems will be left 1v3. Fate able to successfully convert. Keep it up 11-9. Fate able to tower over Fnatic at the moment with this recovery and just even this threat of staying in control. So even if they take this, they'll have to take the third of overpass. So they won't be complaining about that as Pepsor fails to find that pick. There'll be plenty of AKs chirping on through for Fate. Just run down Fnatic. Leader brought down to 50. Will go back. Not before throwing some utility to confirm the presence. Krems is able to find the gap. See the head of one for a second, but not able to follow up with it. So a good spam shot hits Shike. Nothing more. Utility still up for about the next 10 seconds. Stop Krems from fully rotating towards CT. They are interested in trying to find some extra damage at least, and that'll be a good way to start it. So they don't have a defuse kit to try to stick this, even if they wanted to. And Patrick will get that final remaining frag. As Krems tries to find any weapons on the site, won't be able to. Though they'll be able to fully buy up on all 5 anyways. Poison, finally with that AWP. Should be a massive threat. Hasn't been able to. Maybe burned off a little bit too much on Inferno. Not able to find good tag damage. Surprisingly not taking the duel. After dedicating to the wide swing like that. Good molly will force players back. All of Fate's interested in this juicy B site. Being uncaring, just flashing through, jumping on down. Lets Messi catch that first by surprise. Trying to follow up with second from Catwalk as Messi responds with that third. Betrayed finally in response, but not before Krems gets revenge, leaving Nika in a 1v3, and it's Poison top mid able to take him out. Fnatic still behind, but able to hit double digits as well, causing Fate to call another tactical timeout. I want to keep this lead, try to get the win against Fnatic on this map pick. be a big upset for them to find. They need to do everything they can to get it in the end. Certainly won't be easily found for them, at least. With that, trying to just throw some default A utility, bait some presence, and Nikki to just swing out top mid. Flash for himself. Be poisoned trying to look for that duel. Not able to connect it, has to give up the position with that smoke thrown. 3 players huddled up in Palace. Bit of a wild round. Taking a massive risk, and it'll be Pepsor on that first attempt. Poison towards CT, and Patrick's lurking on out and finds a free opening. Poison trying to respond, denied. Patrick with the double. Almost 180s the triple. Oh, Alex will finally take him down, leave it to a 3-on-3. They try to get that CT control ahead of them. Hybrid scoped on in. And it looks like the plan is to run boost. And it works good enough to not die and only be legged in the process, so to give him that, as he's able to get the frag, even though the shots did miss for a little. Now, Shike able to a spy leader, be in a 1v3. Need to trade this out, and make sure, no way, Mezzy clutches the round. 13 for Fate, 3 more to bring us to a third. How they showed how competent they could be on Inferno, almost stealing that map away. They're in a far better position to take this one. That's at least their own. Overpass certainly would be a bit of a question mark. Be an interesting way to decide how to end out things. Nikki is just taking down Poison so early into the round. Not able to find that same impact, and Crim's not able to help by taking those aggressive risks, trying to lurk somewhere, underpass in this case. Said these last 2 players are just running towards Palace to save. They're giving Fate 14, don't want to give any risks, understands the situation. I believe Nikki got given a sound cue, aware of the players here. Pepsor will try to push up. Wants to get that AK. Sees the shoulder. Aware of the position of Spy Leader. Getting stand down to 19, and he pushes through it. Finds the frag. Alex missing the first op shot. Able to find that second. Needs to find more. Left at 3 HP. Just trying to run out of op shots. Able to... Actually, not out of op shots, but just trying to reposition. Able to find another. Still surrounded by both sides. And doesn't hold on to it. Just last second. Taken down. And that's no weapons saved for Fnatic. Low money, Fate at 14. Perfectly positioned to get the 15th and close this out in their favor soon enough. It looks like Fate is the danger that Fnatic had to be worried about, not Wisla. Wisla struggling at all, just get rounds on a single map. Meanwhile, Fate having a chance on a second and being just as competent on the first. What are you going to do, Fnatic? You don't want to be left for a 5th place decider for that one slot. You want that guaranteed slot in, and they're looking to find it. able to find frags. 3 on Crims, finally taken down. Though the damage has already been done. 1v4 required for Patrick. Perhaps some sort of hat trick. But he has just the opening he needs to be able to lurk out for A. Still at 93 HP, able to find that first pick. Flash towards 1. Bomb is left on this B-bomb site. Has to worry about poison next. He is still by all means surrounded in this current situation. Footsteps not heard though, so Poison's able to drop on him. Goes for the knife. So risky, but means a good cash injection. Able to grab that AWP and good utility. The op demands sacrifices must be made. It's Fnatic able to steal away around their own to get 11. A little bit better hopes for them now. Still more than that to have to go with. With that, trying to get the duels underway. Just trying to find the info. Just pistols for Fate. Fnatic have been able to turn this around in their favor, but not for Patrick. Gets a little bit of revenge for the last round. Takes Crims down once again with a clean shot to the dome. Now what's the move? Now trying to make sure Nest is under control, but not really going too aggressive. Trying to get some info. Pepsor pushing on up. Clearing towards the ramp, but now he's dedicated towards this. They could certainly rush him down at this point. There, he peeks out, able to find the double and the triple, able to hold down the line, taking them all down. Now it's just these remaining 2. Try trying to look inside CT, but swings wide into 2. And Nicky's going to be open to Poison to take him down. And Fnatic now with 12 weapons, money in favor. Fate just now able to get a buy, but potential for things to slip away from them now. Things are getting closer. Yet somehow farther apart at the same time. 4 rounds away. Fate just wanting to make them have to get a third. Pepsor once again trying to play with fire on this ramp. Swing on out, sees the shadow, gets the first frag opposite, but switches to the smoke early. Alex only finds 1, check with the trade. Poison unable to land a shot with the deagle. This A site's opened up. And it is 2 players rotating, and they're pushing up into CT. Flashbang doesn't work out. And now it's Mezzi, which misses the shot, and Fate's found 15. With a just solid, quick explosion play, able to just trade effectively, get those punishes. And not worrying about the bomb, just getting that CT angle to win those duels, mattering far more. Now Fate Esports calls another timeout. Gives time for Fnatic to think, but also for the pressure to set in. 3 rounds now. The best they can do, just to bring it into overtime, to have a chance to close it in 2. Fate just 1 away from bringing them to a third. Running on hot, getting the pieces together to tear down Fnatic with some clean shots to play to help as well. See Alex proud. Likely the AWP handed to Mezzi. They are trying to risk it with the double op setup. They are going all in on this round, as they have to. Patrick still yet to buy his AK, unless there's one down at the spawn. Not entirely sure about that. Either option is viable. It's the mystery. Where is the AK? Or considering looks like just went to a tech pause instead. And as it looks like there is no AK, the AK is yet to be picked up by Patrick. Might be because there's some kind of technical issue. This is such an important round. Just could decide if Fnatic can get the momentum back or if Fate close it out. So much on the line, especially for just a lower down team like Fate. They can get their chance in the RMR if they can just find their way to upset Fnatic. Just get one more round here. Just bring it to overpass. Give themselves some time to reset. A minute or two to think about it. Plan ahead. Learn to breathe. Really test Fnatic to their limits with these two stand-ins. Fnatic shouldn't be able to go that much further. Been exhausted on Inferno. Taking the distance and then some on Mirage. How much can they have prepared? How much can Alex have for them to keep them together? Looks like they're immediately changing things up. A massive risk. Going for top mid control early. Folding out, giving it up. Patrick and Nikki trying to hold different positions. Hybrid focuses on some palace control. Just a lot of default style play at the moment. Everyone playing passive, just letting time tick. No one wanting to be the first one to go down. First one to give an opportunity. Utility being used towards B. It'll be Crims to find that first contact, able to take one down. Nikki to smoke Alex off of connector. Or nest, rather. Do this very standard. Capturing some mid control. Towards this A site. Poison here in CQB. A little too slow on the shot. Almost lands the flick. But Alex should be able to land one. Flashbang's good, but not enough to stop him from finding three. Alex single-handedly clutching this for them. Going for the fourth, finds it. So clean, able to take them down. Fnatic 13-15. Hold on. Most importantly, with 3 alive. Still money intact. Still hopes for them here. Question is just what the next move is. Fate Esports got to hold back for one. Played pretty safe with just some pistols before switching back to the final full buy on round 30. Willing to hold on and just push through connector as a giant congregate, though it just gives another feeding line to Alex to just rip more frags out of. 3K in this round as well. Nikki starting to run away with that bomb. Hybrid at least able to tuck into ladder room, but that's about all they have to work with right now. 3 leaning towards B makes it even more problematic. Hybrid has to find an opening on Crims here. and will miss the shot. Not able to land it. Meaning Nicky's left 1v5 and repeats into Alex's spray as he hears the bullet starting to whiz by. Not entirely sure where they were from. Means one more chance for Fate in regulation to close this out. Fnatic able to hold on. And they bring back out the double op setup. Willing to believe in it. Happy to take the massive risks. Pepsor again going aggressive in ramp, wanting to go for this duel. Wide on the angle, looking a bit off. Able to find one, but it's a man advantage in the trades. And this lurk B on top of it successfully works out. And that's the bomb going that way. Messi's able to find one, but it's these double ops on the retake. So they're left to slow down. Figure out what their move is. Not it. Three v 2. 3 rifles against the 2 ops. Both of which center towards mid. Poison could be timing on Nicky here. Said it's Nicky to find that pick. Left 1v3. And the running will give himself away. And Fate Esports just barely win it out 16-14. And are able to take it away. And that means we're going to be going to a third to see if Fnatic can hold on and recover. Fate taking that one away, things become that much more troublesome as it goes to Overpass next. And as much as I certainly love some Fnatic on some Overpass with some stand-ins, that's going to make this rather demanding. And with how they just got played on one of the older maps of Mirage, this older one as well of Overpass comes into question. And things are starting to look a little bit good for Fate now, I would say. A little bit better than Fnatic to be able to get one of those top 4 slots. And if Fnatic want to get it, they're going to have to do it here or have to fight in a lower bracket and have an additional 2 matches if they can't close it out here. So we'll have to see what they can do in just a few moments. think we still have a little bit until next map goes live, though they are in warm-up, everyone connected, so could be just a minute or two. Taking a quick look, things to note is that the two stand-ins, Poison and Pepsor, are both pretty comfortable, historically at least, on their overpass game, so that could be a benefit for Fnatic coming into this match, though it is worth noting overall they have done absolutely terrible with about a 33% win rate on overpass, so that leaves something to be desired at the least, and certainly an ideal situation that Fate have certainly been hoping for, I imagine. So it's going to be up to Pepsor and Poison possibly to see what they can do to try to hold Fnatic together and carry them through to a win on this third map to be able to guarantee that slot and not have to fight through a best of 1 and 3 after this, fighting all the way through just to be able to breathe and hold on. Notably Poison, I believe, with about an career average of like a 1.2, 1.21 all time. For the last 12 months, he's done pretty average, but it is a map he's more comfortable with generally. Which is good, because it can be a bit of an Opera's playground too. So hopefully Alex has good plans to try to unleash him and have massive amounts of impact against Fate Esports, or else things could get a little bit rough overall. Just get set up. One final knife round. Final chance for Fnatic potentially start on the CT this time around. Patient trying to swing in for the fountain, try to get the trades on those knives effectively. And it looks like Fate are some kind of stabby masters, as they have now finished up with a solid 3-0, winning all the knives, which means they've been able to start CT every single time. Which is just the dream, and Fnatic is usually has their bigger struggles on the T side, so be expecting more on the second half from Fnatic. But still, we'll be asking a lot from them, and it's a very demanding situation. I'll have to see what game plan is there. Looks like they're interested in going towards connector, at least initially. You know, I'll set up a boost for Fate. Rather relaxed, and Spy Leader's going aggressive. Able to call B clear, so as they wind their way up through those connector stairs and start creeping towards A, there's just going to be more and more Fate players just slowly walking on through. Just confident that players are about to peak here. Right, trying to take that first contact, struggling. It's taken down, but does at least find one for his troubles. And Hybrid with Patrick immediately with that response. A little bit struggling on these follow-up frags. Still able to find it. Leaving Mezzy in a 1v2. And though he might be able to get that bomb down, not going to be able to get much further. Just getting tagged from multiple directions. Able to find the headshot, but not the frag on Spy Leader. Allowing Nikki to go ahead and stick that defuse and get the first round for Fate in this third and final decider map in such an important game. Be good for them to see what they can do out of this here. And just straight up with mostly M4s purchased, Single FAMAS and SMG with the MP9 on Patrick. Nice full investment, and that's rather good as Fnatic has done the same as that bomb was successfully planted. Immediately deny him with that molly. Good to slow down that control of Fountain and allow Fate to get rather deep towards this position. Even Spyleader fully pushing into Playground. By chance, they know there's the danger of this. As Alex peeks through, first one taken. And even smoked it off. Insult to injury, just no map control. Able to take Pepsor from the side. That does leave Spyleader a little bit isolated, but he's able to isolate the duel, take down Poison. Prim's able to swing wide enough to catch the trade. Get an upgrade to that M4, 3v3. Though they're all pretty much left in spawn or a little bit of Fountain. And there's even Hybrid pushing up further. Just ready and misses the connection. Able to confirm that there's 3 players there. Causing Patrick to quickly run through. 40 seconds left. Time starting to tick down. Looks like he's interested in just trying to hide behind the pillar. Maybe trying to delay. Just stall and just wait for them to swing into him. Just hiding on the pillar perfectly. Patience, stellar. Able to stall, but now it's Nikki left in the 1v2. This bomb has to go down. He's able to find the first and swings for the second, but Mezzi's able to just tank one extra shot and let Fnatic take away that second round. Keeping things close, but at least in their favor for now. The plan is for Fate. Looks like they're interested in forcing up. Even though far weaker off with just pistols. Willing to go for that contest. Going for the deep nade. Krim's creeping on up, able to get that water control. Nikki could just catch just that right timing, but instead plays passive. So lets more of these mollies just clear out the positions for them. Force them into outside restrooms where they have to fight off against Pepsor. Be able to get away with their lives, surprisingly. Not able to find any early picks, but at the least keep everyone alive for now. Patrick to slowly walk on back. Slide over, and it'll be Alex to be able to find that opening, get a double, really open this B site. Should be a guaranteed round at this point. Fate not even interested in going for this when we give Fnatic the lead. Early, just hold on to these pistols. Might as well with the full investment they put on in. I think he's willing to hang around a little, see if anyone pushes towards this way. Won't see anyone, though. All are staying quite rather passive. In fact, quite possibly almost too passive. I believe with a kit, someone definitely could have ninja'd that bomb there, as it would have been safe from Poison's position. But will be no worry about being punished today. So they will be left completely fine. Fnatic with that 2-1 lead up. But the Fate, Deagles in hand, still few USPs they're going to have to be stuck with, but it won't stop them from trying to be, or at least appear aggressive with it. Trying to smoke off deep, and they're just straight up pushing into connector. Mezzi able to find the first with that MAC-10. Shake trying to dodge around some potential support in, but Shake does find a headshot with that last bullet fired. Crims does have this lurking control in water, could find some free opportunities. Shake trying to be aware here, trying to catch that shot onto Poison, not able to connect it. Now, Shank's left in the middle of this chaos. This B site's left completely open. It's going to allow bomb plant down, Crims to lurk, get the position wanted, but Shike is just as much able to potentially get this has the info for Poison. Able to find it on the second, miraculously keeps his life. Though it is a free double for Crims, able to punish those rotates, at least directly from CT. They're even able to plant for it. Crims stays towards the water. Flashbang out, allows Patrick to swing into this bomb site. Get info, even a headshot towards the head source. Though won't be able to win the duel, and it'll be Shike left 1v2. And completely unprepared for Crims, just hiding deep in the water the entire time, able to get a 4K out of it. Get the 3 rounds. 2-round lead, nice and clean. Able to get an AWP on Poison now. Get proper weapons, so you can say the same for Fate. Couple of M4s out. AWP on play for Shike. Something to do here. Password trying to set up the flash for himself. And a good spam read from Patrick, as well as the off angle from Nikki. I mean, an early 2-man advantage, and Spy's interested in competing for more. Gets traded by Crims, but Patrick immediately able to respond. Where the possibility going aggressive. Now with the weapons, wants to even out that scoreline. As he does what he can, unable to find anyone. His Fate finds that second. And pretty standard, some good performances, some good rounds. But nothing too necessarily insane. Just good reads overall. Impactful plays from everyone. So they do now have the AWP on Shike as well, and Poison's now left with the AK instead. I see him not as reliant on that AK. And say the same about the previous player they had on Opping, able to roll as well. Reasonably well. It'll be Shike with that opening pick. Able to take down Crims. Been one of the most impactful players of the series so far. As he at least with some connector control before getting back. Means they're interested in fully rotating towards B with that connector control. Switching things up in their entirety. 2 playing an anti-flash setup. Patrick up close. Covered it far. Early. They are prepared for that first, and Patrick's only able to find one in the response. Trade's not working out in their favor, but the rotations certainly are. And they just jump past Spyleer in the water, able to get a double off of it, almost the full round. But now Alex needs to clutch it. Nikki's rotating through Khan, but knows no reason to peek this, but catches the right timing on it anyways. And able to break things even, 3-3. Things go very well. Though just one weapon saved, the economy's completely broke on Fnatic. Letting Fate be able to salvage whatever they can and be in favor with it. Shike with the solo MP9, otherwise solid M4s all around, and a complete full save from Fnatic. Looks like they'll just try to rush through the fire, try to avoid it the best they can, as it is a little bit off, and rush towards the long. Means up to Shike to try to hold off what he can through this long position. Only able to find one, though that solo player connector is safely dealt with by Spy. And Nikki waiting for some more bodies to point out. Spy leader prepared. Not able to find that frag. Getting dinked. Tagged down further. It's up to Nikki to protect him. Working perfectly. Both these players tagged down rather low, but Alex left alone. The Glock, 28 HP. Certainly no way to find a weapon worth any time. There are only Glocks on the floor. They do, just in case, even have a third full HP player here on this site. Alex pushes up, shows shoulder up to Spy, able to take him down from Dumpster. Rather good situation to see. So the weapons now back out for Fnatic to try to contend, but Shike does have that AWP now. Poison unable to contest with it. Only with the AK. Not enough money left laying around. Very early monster smoke. The Pepsor just able to hit an insane shot on Party to get that initial pick. Though Nikki's willing to play close long here. Was Shike in the previous, but not this time around. Maybe allowing for a false sense of security. Poison able to steal that AWP. So that could now be a little bit of a problem. With a little noise, Nikki could decide to go aggressive, but they do have 3 here regardless. Just waiting, and they're just executing in now, but it's as 5. There's 3 on this stack, but not able to find much. Leaving Nikki 1v3. Like, he might be interested in trying to go for this, though has a lot to ask for. And will decide otherwise. Get on back. Just conserve that M4. Team has money to buy, and it'll be even stronger if he can save it. Make sure they have good weapons all around. Wasn't scoped on in. They try to find their exit route, but not interested in trying to hunt him down either, I would think. Looks like that is in fact the case. They'll stay in the monster tunnel area. That part of the sewers. Leave him alone. And it means we keep things even 4-4 for this decider map. Both teams able to get a buy-in, keep things contentious, and technical pause coming on in. That adds a little bit of trouble. Certainly don't want to be stuck like this. 4v4 on the scoreboard. Not able to close it out into being very competitive both maps, and just as competitive on this third. Fate rated 120-ish points lower on the HLTV ranking. Significantly lower than where Fnatic's believed to be. Be proven otherwise. Shake just holding passive off angle in the restrooms. Well, solid boost with the blown up door, and Patrick with this off angle. I'm not sure if Krims is going to be prepared for it. Looks like he is, but he isn't ready to win the duel. So it'll be Mezzy having to come in to get the trade, and the AK will just give a free frag away to Shike. Shike going on the cross here, and Poison far quicker on the shot. Legendary Still gets tagged at least. Hepsor's been tagged as well, down to 36. And they're just trying to rotate through long last second, but that's where Niki's prepared at Bank. Willing to peek the flower pot a little, just in case there is a peek from there. Trying to be fairly passive on this, and those footsteps are certainly going to give away the position of these players. And Niki finds the double off of it. Just freely reload. Poison left 1v3, 30 seconds left. Maybe fantastic with the AWP, but little for him to do here. As he will be taken down. Niki able to get the full 3K anchoring that site as his reward. And Fate Esports with the lead 5-4. UMP for Spy Leader. Been mostly seeing MP9s, but a few UMPs here and there. Pretty static though overall with the SMGs. Just MAC-10s, MP9s. M4s, and it's just Deagles for this T side of Fnatic. To get info, Messi trying to line up that shot. Info, Spy Leader able to clear out the first. Where somewhat of the info won't die for the trouble, but gets heavily tagged down to 2, and it means his nades won't connect. Niki, though, will be able to at least find one. Most importantly, Spy Leader gets out with his life. Hybrid might have seen the tip of the Deagle there, just waiting for them to swing on out further. Find that double. Leaves Crims. Does have the bomb, but... or doesn't have the bomb, rather. It's left towards B short. Just doesn't have anything to do other than just try to lurk somewhere, maybe find a pick or two. Catch a player off guard. That's the info given away. No surprises at this point. Position's known. But he does hold for the peak and is able to punish him. Good read being brought on out. And he could fire Spy's position here. Able to find 2 Deeks now. Now has a stolen AWP. And won't even try to steal it. Misses the jump to throw it away, but does succeed at the end. And able to do some good econ damage at least. And lands that flick onto Hybrid. Whatever that was. There's no way he has time to get to the bomb here in this situation. Certainly almost close to it, though. But that's alright. He's done fairly good damage. Stolen an M4, taken away 3 weapons. Just absolutely destroyed Fate Esports, building some confidence for himself at least. Oh, that's the only thing currently held in their benefit. Nothing to complain about there, at least. Question is, what's next for Fnatic? What's your next move? Try to get around, keep the scoreline close. Fate seem to have an answer of their own. And 2 players stacked up in the connector here. Smoke denied. Crimps being very cautious here about the idea of getting peeked. Interested in swinging towards Monster here in a second, but not before he gets naded down to 57. And smoked back off. Denies them from pushing. And Niki's left solo here towards long. Something rather dangerous. Patrick's playing with Fire Monster. Just any second these peaks should come through. Just setting up for the jump up. Poison missing it and just going for the wide swing instead. Just giving a free kill to Shike. Peeking on over. Able to pick up that AK. Hugging the wall and thinking he was safe a little too soon. And Pepsor is able to catch that punish with a clean shot. Immediately getting back, could catch Spylander off guard. Spy Leader, rather. Leaves it to a 4-on-3. There's this lurk late long, but that won't matter as the bomb's being planted B. It's a fantastic setup. And we'll decide to go default with it. Completely unaware of the position of any of these players. So trying to catch one off guard. Perfect timing. Trying to swing just right, but unprepared for Nikki on the party catwalk there. He up to hybrid and Nikki just to try to simply save at this point. Walk on back, successfully get towards long. So drop down, make some noise, though it appears unheard. Friends will consider going at least a little bit further. All that noise was towards Fountain. But Fnatic able to get that 5th round. Only a round in between the two, but with the 2 weapons saved, should mean that Fate will bring out another buy here. Proper rifles for the most part. On the hand, shite the AWP. So it might just be because the current spawn. Yes, though hard to entirely say. Spy leader is stuck with just the ZZ-75. No AWP for poison just yet. Just using that stolen M4. That scope can... Grenades are great, but it is a double in response. Trading 2 and 2. Almost. Meaning that there's just 2 left on Fnatic in this round. Spy leader at 12. Map control for Fate. Try to slowly creep on out. Find the round with the opportunity they're looking for. Poison looking around, trying to find that first player, and the shots miss from Spy, still able to eventually find it, and Alex finds a clean shot from Spy. Has to be careful as he's low HP, able to bring Alex to 13 as well. And all it will take is an HE here. Disconnected on Alex as he runs all the way to the A bomb site, in fact. It's like Niki's willing to push through smoke, call out this situation. We'll be able to get the bomb down. Question is, where does Alex go? Handle this. And he's able to clear the right way, but Niki's able to land the single shot. So scary, and all that damage pays off. Fate Esports able to keep the lead 7-5. Keep things together for now. Now, what does Fnatic do? Able to get another buy up, poison that AWP, thankfully. Maybe be able to find something there. But that's the main benefit. Fate Esports a little bit weaker on weaponry overall, I would say. See what they do with it, and it's Crims with a nasty first peek. They're able to boost up Nikki to get that trade from short. Either 4-on-4. But no way to get Peps or that weapon, unfortunately, from water. Which would be the real downside. Helping out Fate a little bit. Chilling in the restroom. Shike's pretty much alone in there. Won't be seeing anyone anytime soon as Fnatic seems more focused towards long at the moment. Kept rather split up. He saw some info and will volley towards the position, delay them. Still plenty of time left, 50 seconds left. trying to flash them out. And it makes it appear that they're playing very passive. But even if Shike's taken down here, this A site control is going to be left completely open. But Mezzy actually hard clears the short position and finds the double, taking down Spy as well. And Hybrid's left with his FAMAS, and Fnatic take away the round in rather surprising fashion. Of course, we'll at least upgrade to the Galil. Happy to take that at least. Hiding in water, you can hear this door opened up. Focus on saving. Thought he heard something towards B, and I thought I did as well, but turns out not to be the case, but won't matter, he'll just peek poison and be taken down. Fnatic find their 6, and that is money completely broken on Fate. Means, do they go for the force and risk losing 7-8, or try to get the lead themselves? Very dangerous situation. If they even going for pistols might have a heavy cost involved with it. Need to think about any move they make here. That being the case, it is a pause. Looks like it might be technical as well, though I'm sure there's some strategy being discussed if they can get away with it. It's kept in pause. Looks like we'll be going back shortly. Players agree they're ready to go. Fate with the lead, but soon to certainly lose it. Bit hit or miss who to expect to perform what. As of right now, Poison has certainly seemed to simmer on down. Not having the same impact as before. You know, different players, and they just went for the USP Fountain Rush. Debatably an MM classic, and it almost worked out for them, but they weren't able to find that initial pick to give them the space for those USPs to take players down. There's just Shike left, and Alex will be able to confirm that on his own. And Fate will call timeout to try to handle this money for this very last round. So I'll have the chance to end up barely with the lead and can easily, worst case, even technically come back, get that lead, even try to win it out on the T side. Well, they did start on CT on Mirage as well. Used to building up that lead and keeping things competitive through either half, either side. They're unfazed by it. See if Fnatic are able to perform stronger on that CT side to keep them at bay. But that won't be until after this round first. They set up to go completely aggressive. Nikki flashed and dedicated in. Getting shot at, tagged through the fountain, but still intact. Just stalling, trying to strafe through the bullets. Keep his life, flashbang. Get some space, just able to get out of there. Just a beautiful 20-30 seconds stalled from the fountain. They can't proceed further. They have lost water, though, during that. And there's little presence there to stop it. Spy leader could get a late flank through connector potentially, but other than that, they're already past the smoke now. So happy to push through this and unable to find the first pick. Hybrid is able to get that initial one. So the trade comes on through. Right now, just playing from this water position. They're aware of where he was planting, but just unable to get that damage to connect. That next frag, Grim's trying to find that headshot, gets it. And a Shike 3v2. That's great for Fnatic to close this half in their favor, especially with Poise and getting that clean shot. And a double to close it out in favor of Fnatic. Still the lowest dealing player on the team so far. Just pepping up a little bit at the end, but still the most quiet unit. Hopefully can set up to do a bit stronger and have more impact on that CT side. It's been mostly Nikki for Fate, willing to take these aggressive plays, catch players punished. Been some of the older guard like Crims to be able to perform well for Fnatic this late into a long series and keep things together. Looks like they are interested in continuing this round. Thought they were going to reset it for a second, but things are going on. Just a single player holding connector and a long flank behind for Fate. But otherwise, just initially working on some playground control. Deciding carefully where and when to execute, giving this pressure. Seeing if Fnatic are going for any early info, anything to potentially punish. Instead, it's very passive from Fnatic, leaning forward towards B, then forward towards A now. Or 3 rather, and a 2-man boost. Just have one ready to play rotate, get to either site, just chilling in CT. Is who the first contact will be. Set up proper flashes to let one get through Monster, get some info. Be able to call the setup on B is very passive, but with that, they'll just rotate back to A, and the sound is heard. Call that this A site has been taken. With that, get directly naded down to 49. Finds some way into it. Shikes in a little bit of an awkward position, but finds a clean headshot on Mezu, despite being stuck at Optimus. As Patrick's able to find a double as the truck's cracked on open, and it's Crims with just 1 HP. Barely able to fight his way through to have a chance, and he'll be shot in the back soon enough. Or Patrick will be able to get him first. And Fate able to take that pistol once again. Important to get that T-side pistol, and all they need to do is make sure to convert it. An interesting deep molly towards short. Able to deny the water presence early, but not necessarily doing anything with it. Instead, it's just Poison Party alone, open with a scout, gets taken down. Does get a tag for his troubles, but otherwise Fnatic are left scuttling around. Let's see. See what's going on. Crims and Pepsor interested in just hugging the smoke, trying to get early frags. They're just setting up to go B, but instead they found out that it's A. Alex able to get a pick on a spy, but that's about it for the moment. Alex trying to peek out. He wants to find more of that eagle, but doesn't want to get caught over peeking. Decides to reset his position, go towards dumpster. Bomb plant stuck. That sound cue could give away that he's moved positions, and that nade will all but confirm their awareness of this. Everyone just staring towards it, and Shek will be the one to feel the blow. Pepsor had a chance to land that flick, but won't be able to find it. One player is away towards short. Bombs planted for it anyways. I'm just going to hold here, try to catch someone off with the ZZ-75. And try to steal a weapon or two, maybe deal some damage. Just wait for these long players to exit, give as little time as possible for anyone to Fnatic, and they line up, and he's able to land that two-man burst. Steal that weapon and just completely save it. No response from Fate available, so they might not have to give much of a response because they've taken away the lead as a response. And yeah, ball's in Fnatic's court. What are they going to do about it? They do have a stolen weapon. They have something to work with. They need to empower Krems here. Been so good all series. Find more off of him, and it looks like the answer is the boost here. And they are well aware of this. They deny him and even jump across with a UMP just to deny it. Pick up that AK, steal it away. Poison trying to hide in the smoke and whiffs the P250. Shots maybe giving a little bit of inaccuracy, so the bullets didn't go where you would expect. And that CZ's denied by Spy, leaving Alex just on A alone with a USP. Just not having a good time with the matter. I had an idea going into that, but wasn't able to pull it off. And Alex will openly peek himself towards the long, get taken down. That Fate first to double digits, 2 rounds ahead. Certainly not someone you would say favored over Fnatic, but certainly showing better stats, at least at the moment, to perform on this third map and punish them for not finding this Mirage game. That could be all it boils down to, just a reverse sweep. Deep nade, massive gap in that smoke restrooms, bit of an issue. Depending on how interested you are in going for that engagement, that's what they're looking for. And it is, it seems, but seems like they weren't able to find any shots to follow it up with, as Mezzi's just able to get a 3K single-handedly. And Krim's able to find one, no response. Patrick has a bit of info, able to find the first, has the bomb near him. Was aware of the position of Mezzi, though he is rotating long towards party. Patrick needs to find another player here. Can't find anyone connector. Just a bit short from giving out the peak. Things are opening up a lot wider for him now. And he's completely caught off guard by that. Panic shooting, twisting around, and Mezzi will be able to find that frag. A 4K for Mezzi. Looks like Fate are going to take a second to talk about that. Think about what happened. Try to make sure it doesn't happen twice, because that certainly felt a little bit embarrassing, I could imagine. After being able to get the lead, just lose around that fashion, just allowing Mezzi to get a 4K individually, not able to find that punish. Bit of a nightmare situation, certainly not what you're looking for. Let's wait and see. Still chances for them to keep this lead. And one, maybe 2 pauses left. Certainly use a few, I feel like. Good initial mollies to be able to set up that B control. Setting up the nade to open that door. Be able to get some info from Heaven with those jumps. Puts up, gets that first, and even the dink on the second. Find the frag, though I'm sure some blind fire easily can resolve that issue. Take Patrick down. Shike's just waiting for the smoke, and they're creeping on up, and they just line up into the crossfire of Alex and Krims. And it just doesn't work out as they just mow him down. Now it's just Patrick left with 9 HP. HP, little he can do here. So they're going to be happy to go for him, go for the peak. Somehow still alive. A single bullet, even clipping through concrete, would do. And they just can't find the shot. And looks like they're just stalling to allow Crims to do some BM possibly at this point. Question is, Patrick aware of this possibility? Considered it, but not necessarily ready. Crims able to find that solid frag. Work on that crossfire. Things 10 to 10, and that means Fader's just stuck with pistols, and Fnatic might be recovering this lead a little bit late into the game. Get another chance to break into things here. Here, Chuck's nade opens that door. Tries to go for some info, able to find cons clear. They're not going to peek entirely up, which is good, as that would expose them to restrooms and get taken down. We're just going to try to execute into B with their low weaponry, and that just allows the graffiti player able to activate immediately to take down multiple Crims. 4 HP and massive damage is taken, but only 2 lost. Crims is able to seal the deal. 3K for him. 4 HP left, which is plenty enough. Fate Esports are able to scavenge a buy at this point. And it's Mezzy doing mostly okay, but mainly Crims on the scoreboard, just finding all the frags, controlling the game, and no one from Fate able to answer him at the moment. To start spinning full utility to get that B control. That Mezzy will be able to peek for info, see that it's clear, smoke it off, focus on water control from his position. Nothing to clear out with that, just Mezzy. Like Patrick will just hold passive here just in case smoke. Feeling a little too good about themselves. Though no such thing will be the case just yet, at least. Movement, that completely opens it up. Won't stop Crims from bringing Patrick down to 25. With a fantastic spray. And another late resmoke towards Monster. Where they note Poison is long scoped in. Is prepared with that AWP to unleash havoc. First shot short. Trying to find that damage, but allows Mezzy to trade on perfectly. And just find those openings. Alex with that impact as well, able to take down the last remaining of Shike. And Fnatic up 12 to 10. Question is if Fate can find a way back into this. They've held so far so strong the entire way through, but Crims is turning it on up just at the end here. A bit with Mezzy as well, and Fate are having a bit of a hard time trying to respond. Nades going on, already taking these pistols. Poison able to set up with Mezzy, feed more of these frags, taking them apart, and be poisoned with that last shot. As he does overstay his welcome and willing to peek with 1 bullet, get taken down from it. But shows a good amount of confidence they have at the moment. Good to see as they're up by 3 rounds, 3 away from confirming that RMR spot. Covering from that nightmare. potentially choking the first and losing the second. To get close, just need to ride it all the way. Now weapons have returned. Very nice smoke for Spy. Do a little bit of chip damage onto Alex. Should I just jump peeking for info, just in case they do anything crazy long? No, that will amount to nothing for the second. Standard short restroom smoke. Deny that nasty long restroom shadow from getting some kind of advantage. Just splitting up 2 restrooms. Rest towards B, which will be the point of attack. They've been so solid on these B holds so far. Fate has to win the duels. You need to find the advantage. Pushing through smoke, but it's Hybrid able to find the double opening with having smoke. Crims is able to find both the monster players, but that will be all in response. Now Patrick has this nasty angle here, holding and getting a free double. Just with that deep position, and Mezzi's only able to find one before taken out. Fate's finally found the 11th. Finally gotten a response to Fnatic. Then keep this up, can continue with even more damage. For all we know. What is the plan next? What does Fate do to continue this? What does Fnatic do to try to stop this? This could be one of the most important rounds of this entire series yet. So the money will almost entirely falter for Fnatic, and they'll only be a round ahead. And potentially just tie the game if Fate are able to take this one. Hybrid's ready for the push, able to deny poison. They want to set up on the sandbags, and they're aware of this. Hybrid carefully moving across the water, doesn't want to get sprayed down. Forcing Pepser to focus towards Monster as they smoke off the position. Take it back as 2, and all 4 of these players are leaning towards B right now, and they're just slowly walking up A. It's a perfect play from Fate, just reading Fnatic. Though that won't stop Mezzi from a clean shot. Interesting going for more, though double thinks his decision before it becomes a regretful one. Able to turn things back into a 4-on-4. Though it's a free open bomb plan. And Pepsor has to do a very long rotate, though able to catch Hybrid in the process. You have to worry a little bit about behind, but that smoke's a little bit nasty. Now they're all rotating to exit towards Bank. Able to molly out Truck. Beck's gonna just wait for those peaks, get a free pick. And just throw a deep molly. The defuse going on through. And they're not finding the shot. But just last second, Niki will find it. 12 for Fate. They're able to hold on. They do lose a weapon at the end of it. From the bomb explosion just barely going off. But overall, they're able to find that 12th round. Means Fnatic can go for a buy here, but they're going to be just simply half investing into it. Can't fully commit. Giving good favor for Fate to be able to tie this up. Could recover with a streak of their own just when it matters most. Just that single rifle with them just walking to be here. Up to Pepsor. Has to just smoke himself off in the barrel's position, and he finds 1, finds 2. Crimson Alex with 2 as well. It's only Shikes left alone in a 1v4 with his AWP. Just everything stolen And Fnatic just steal away such an important round from Fate. So they do a slip-up of their own. I think he forgot that the op just drops on the other side of that wall, which is totally accessible. So it should be just chilling there on the other side unless he threw it deep enough. Sometimes players fall for that, though looks like he was able to handle himself. And he's getting surrounded, and he's able to find the double to focus on the AWP. That's on us. 48 seconds left. And he just finds 2 with the T250. He shouldn't have had a chance in this. Shouldn't have been able to fire off a single shot. And Crims will ensure that no more are fired, just spamming through the smoke, able to deny him. And Fnatic able to take away 14. Now they have good money. The round advantage, everything set for them, and now Fate's in the problematic situation. They might have to give Fnatic 15. Which might be the last thing they want to do. They want to have 2 chances. Want to have every chance possible being able to win this out. Not having to fight for that 5th spot. Able to take it from Fnatic. Do the timeout to debate it, and they will go all in. Risk it on the force. Try to play cleaner than the previous. Not give away those same opportunities. Not just rush into the B site and give these pistols free picks. Get reminded of the mistake they made. Early monster control. Mezzy wanting to go for a deep nade. Be a little bit late connecting the players, though Hybrid's actually just burning on fire regardless for whatever reason. Connector control is fully obtained. Check just holding passively. Poison is alone in the restrooms here. Trying to look for a pick. That smoke will dissuade him away, though. This round can decide the game for Fnatic if it works out for him. They still have 3 leaning towards this B site and just re-smoked Monster. Certainly the last thing they want to see, and they have this crossfire set up. Alex and Crims just perfectly set up to just eviscerate everything, deny a chance. Flashbang's good. Trying to bait and switch to distract players. Gets openings. The trades come in. Crims is able to get the double. Leave it to an even 2-on-2. Should keep the weapon out. Making sure they don't rush through the molly. Going now to stick that plant. Going on back, just trying to hold at this pillar. Off angle and get that opening. Able to take down Mezzy. Now it's Poison in a 1v2. Such an important round for him to find, and he's able to find that first. What's up next to Spy? He immediately mollies it off. And just walks on back. Tries to stick that defuse. Spy has to stop him here. Able to barely land it off. Tries to run away with the AK, probably, and will go down. So no weapon saved for either side, but Fate able to turn it back around. Now it's Fnatic with the timeout. Do they want to invest, take the same risk? Pepsor has 5,700. They got 3,900 on Poison. They could work with something here. It's not entirely out of the question, and it could be enough to steal a round away, just like last time. But certainly under increased pressure. Looks like they will do so. They want to play for the win. They don't want to play for some overtime or some technicality. They want to not give a single chance away. But that might be just the opportunity Fate's looking for. They just now purchase up weapons. A couple of Galils makes this M4 and op a little bit more ideal than it should be. In fact, no head armor and hybrid as well. That will only benefit Crims really with the MP9. They're just slowing down, going for A control initially. Trying to push through from Playground. Most of these key weapons leaning towards the B site. Only exception is a Mezzi solo towards A. Already creeping back out from Playground. Jake with the classic hip hops over the wall. Once doing that, by default, more utility, just trying to work their way through A. Alex wants to rotate. He wants to give some support. Wants to lean more players towards A. They haven't had any noise towards B at all. Little utility also provided. And Mezzi's just in this anchor position that with this long utility, he knows he's stuck here now. Players can try to support him from long. Looks like that's exactly what they are doing, having Poison set up with the rifle here, able to get the double off of it. And set up to find more. Poison whiffs that shot, having to reset back in. Alex running back. They have the 4v3. They have the advantage. They have Mezzi long. But Spy pushes up, able to catch Alex. So now they just have this flank to worry about. And the problem is the fact they are worried about Mezzi means they might be prepared for Crims as well. Going to be crossing along here. And you can just hear the sound cues of both of them. And now Patrick's just creeping up behind them instead. Just so much given away. This is just free for Patrick. But he gets tagged by Crims. They have to deal with it. Peptor's trying to just stick the defuse. Viper's missing the shots. And the defuse is going to be able to be stuck, I think. Unless a miracle can happen. But Fnatic get it. Just barely able to stick the defuse. Very, very last second on the 10-second stick. Fate Esport has just a single AK to go up against 15. It is a miracle for Fnatic. Absolutely surprising there. With it, Fnatic will once again call another timeout. Things oh so close. They just need one more round. Confirm it just like Inferno, 16-13. Things aren't great, but it is in their favor. All they have to do is close it out. 2 more rounds left in regulation. 2 more chances for Fnatic to deny Fate. Have to make it happen. Despite that, bomb plant allows weapon favor to Fate despite the struggles beforehand. Patrick brought down to 84. Stacking heavily towards the early Poison with the scout. Not able to use the AWP like he had so much impact within the previous. He's able to swing around, gets tagged a little, has to just give up the position. And it's just a slow walk of 3 from long. They're just calling bluff from Fnatic, calling long open. And the running is just making it more and more obvious. And he's able to land a no-scope on the first, tag on the second. Clean shots, able to find these initial openings. They will be able to deny any trades, at least for the second. But the bomb carrier's low. Patrick having to plant on Optimus, running on back. 3v4 retake as Crims takes down Patrick. But all of them retaking from CT, their positions known. Proper long control provided by Fate Esports this time around. So much on the line here. Round has to be found as he's able to find one, but it's Spy and the hybrid left in the 1v2. Able to get baited out. Alex able to get the wide swing and the defuse, and it is Fnatic to be able to successfully close it, but they don't have a defuse kit actually. It's not over. Fate actually got the round because not a single defuse kit was invested in Fnatic. They were able to stall just for long enough. Despite the situation, both of them focusing on double peeking that last remaining player. And that's gotta hurt. 1 round left. Still able to hold on to a weapon or two at least. We're able to run away from the bomb. But still, we could be seeing overtime on this third map. Poison, again with the scout, towards this long position, could catch Niki off guard, but instead gets cleanly taken down. Able to get a tag from Niki before his death, but it will cost him. And with it, they immediately start rotating everyone back towards T-spawn. Even walking with the pace, not interested in pushing much further. Crims is looking for a gap in the smoke, then gets a little bit off, so he decides to back on up. As long as they respect the weapons and execute the bomb site properly, this will be perfectly fine for them. It's only a ZZ and a Deagle. They just need to get in correctly, not just blindly rush in like what gave Fnatic 14 to begin with. They need to respect it. But even deciding not to respect it, they're still able to find some success. It's Pepsor out of ammo, having to reload, and it's Alex to come in to save the day, finding 3 and 4, just tearing the entire team apart for Fnatic to win 16-14 in completely surprising fashion, just barely able to scavenge it away, and just a way that just shouldn't have happened. Fate, unfortunately, struggling at just the last moment, just taking too many risks just at the end, and just rushing through that smoke, trying to not respect him, and just getting caught off guard by Alex, able to salvage things of what could have been a complete loss and a potential Fnatic missing the RMR, but instead they'll be able to secure that, now at least in top 4. But with how good they're showing, looks like Fate have their own good chance, though they'll have to go through a best of 1 and 3 to be able to fight their way through it. So good jobs to them. Be able to pat themselves on the back for just bringing Fnatic to the brink there, almost beating them. And with that, I believe we will cut it to a break, figure out what's next. So see you guys in a minute.